X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Hello, everybody. I want you guys to imagine, alright, that you're the coronavirus inside my body. And then all of a sudden, you're losing the battle, because I'm getting better. I'm getting better. And you're losing the battle to begin with. And then all of a sudden, you start hearing boss music. You start hearing the theme song of the person who you've infected. That's gotta be scary for the virus, I must say. Hey everybody! It is so good to see all of you. I'm literally dying right now. Thankfully I've passed the literally dying portion of the COVID. And I'm in the more just kind of feel icky part of the COVID now. Of course, there can always be relapses into the worst parts of the symptoms, but I feel strong and I feel good. I've been taking vitamins, I've been drinking Gatorade, I've been taking antacids to help with acid reflux. I've got a lot to talk about in regards to what having COVID has been like. I was watching Keffals when you were doing your Trump boy motor pit, and you could have outed me, lol. You could have outed me, lol. What? I was watching Keffals when you were doing your Trump boy motor meme, and you could have I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I'm glad you liked my Trump impression. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a lot better. How are you all doing? It's so good to see all of you. I've missed you guys. COVID speedrun? Yeah, I speedran COVID. Granted, I've been vaxxed and boosted, so like, I was like pretty, literally day one of symptoms was the worst. And from there, it's just been gradually getting better, right? Just a pretty consistent, steady improvement. But I'm vaxxed and boosted, so it doesn't really seem unreasonable to think that, you know, I could be symptom-free in a week or so. Does watching YouTube commercials in full give Xanderhall more income from YouTube? If it does, you're welcome. Watching ads does give money, but honestly, don't subject yourself to ads just to get me money. Just skip the ads, use ad block, and hit the like button instead. Or if you really want to help the channel and also get yourself something in return, I actually do recommend YouTube Premium, where you get like no ads and you get to download YouTube videos onto your phone to watch later when you don't have internet. That's one of the cool things. Literally, when you get YouTube Premium, you bring up a video on your phone, like 4-hour podcast, you're like, I want to watch this later because I know I'm not going to have internet. You click a button and click download, and then you just like open up your downloaded videos on the YouTube app, even without internet, and you can watch them full quality and everything. It's super handy. You can turn off the screen, no ads. It's just, there's a lot of benefits to it that I liked. Zan, are you going to cover the shoe thing I DM'd you about on Discord? I think more people should know she privately attended that event and what that organization is all about. You know what, Ember? I'm going to talk about it, like, right now. I'm just going to say what it was, or at least what I remember you sending me. Because, I don't know if it's, like, segment-worthy, necessarily. I feel like it would be a little bit, you know, a little bit obsessive to make a whole segment about this, but I'll basically tell you. Shoe on Head, for those of you guys that don't know, you as a meme will go to like right-wing events like CPAC or like TPUSA or whatever, and she always sort of framed it as like, oh, I'm there to meme. I'm there to like look at how stupid and insane these people are, right? However, recently, she apparently attended an event privately. Like, this wasn't like a thing she made a big deal about and like posted on Twitter for memes and stuff. She went and spoke, I believe, or attended in some way this event that was run by a small organization that is, let's just say one of their mottos is they're dedicated to fighting gender ideology and the spread of transgenderism towards the youth. And it's not like a large organization. It's not like something big. It was like a very small event that she attended, and the whole like group is all about like trying to fight against the ability for trans people to exist. Listen, guys, I'm just saying. That's what I got sent. All right, that's what I got sent, and it looked pretty legit. Are you covering Brett Goober's Mr. Beast commentary? Brett Goober. I don't really know who Brett Goober is. Is that like... I've never heard that name before. I feel like I have the best takes on Mr. Beast. I feel like I have the best takes on everything. Zan Bal is telling me to do club seals in an MMO. Or telling me to club seals in an MMO. Yeah, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, Brett Cooper. Brett Pooper. You should call her Brett Pooper. It's literally right there. It's right there. Come on. Oh, that felt good. My cough is not dry. It's a very thin, wet, mucusy, non-painful cough. So don't worry about me, okay? Don't worry about me. If I cough, I'm completely fine. Does not hurt. It's not painful. I'm not like out of breath. One thing I did as soon as I got my positive test result from COVID is I did the breath holding test. I was like, all right, gotta know. Alright, I'm not gonna sit here in silence while I hold my breath for like... I'll literally sit here for 2 minutes. I can hold my breath for damn near 2 minutes as we speak. So like, I would just be sitting here in silence for 2 minutes like... But yeah, breath holding capacity hasn't gone away. I'm very happy about that. Swimming in high school really strengthened my lungs. Like, I feel like the amount of lung strength I developed as a swimmer probably really helped with me dealing with COVID. Like, it had to, right? Like, it has to have. When I started swimming, I could hold my breath for, like, 30 seconds. By the time, like, I left the swim team, I was nearly 3 minutes I could hold my breath. The problem is that doing breath holding at the pool was really hard because the lifeguards fucking hate it. Lifeguards hate when people practice holding their breath. Because they have to keep an eye on you. They have to keep a closer eye on you than everybody else, because shallow water drowning is a thing. Yeah, I just hold my thumb up. That's what I would do too, but that's not even enough. What I would always do is keep my fingers wrapping. Like, I would basically, like, put my fingers on the edge of the pool and wrap them, like this. Like, just sort of a pattern of a cross, just to signify, I am conscious, I'm awake, and I'm actively doing this. So all the lifeguard has to see is my fingers doing this to know that I'm alive. That's what I would do when practicing my breath holding. Just joined the stream, what did I miss? I've been talking about stuff, mostly about COVID, but we're gonna be getting into the whole COVID segment in a little bit. Okay, chat, I actually have a theory. I want to posit to you guys. This is mostly a question for COVID havers in chat, people who've had it and do have it, alright? I have a theory that COVID might make you super energetic right before symptoms set in. Because the night, or the day before, okay, so it was Sunday night, late Sunday night, that I got my positive test result for COVID and started getting symptoms. That whole day, I was so full of energy. I was getting shit done. I was doing gardening. I was potting plants and planting seeds, because I'd gotten like a bunch of seed packets online, so I was potting plants. Anyway, spent all day doing that and was like, I was very energetic. Like, and then that night, the symptoms hit and I got my positive test. And I almost wonder, do you think COVID would like fill you with energy and make you really active before you become symptomatic, so you wear yourself down and it hits you harder? I feel like that would be smart if that's something it did. If anybody knows any data or any studies that back that up or talk about that at all, please send it my way, because I think that's interesting. It could be your immune system ramping up. Maybe. Matt Walsh got crushed by the Dems. Yeah. We're gonna watch that, don't worry. There's a lot of stuff to cover. One sec. Alright. Let's read some donos, and then we're gonna get into our segments. I am very... COVID affects your brain, probably to promote speeding or spreading to more people. That would make sense, yeah. I've definitely got the COVID brain fog, but listen guys, I do every stream stoned as fuck. If COVID thinks some brain fog is gonna keep me from being an entertaining streamer, I do every stream stoned as fuck, okay? Like, I'm literally ready for this. This is my baseline. Show us the cat, Zan. She's right there. Hi, baby. Let me see if I can turn my... Oh! Okay, I gotta lean back for you to see her. My bed's super messy. There she is. She's sleeping. I'm being careful not to get too close to the cat and to disinfect my bed after I sleep in it so the cat doesn't get infected. Your pets can get COVID. Dogs and cats can get COVID. Anyway, I got everything I need for this stream, just in case things go bad. I got my tissues for if my nose starts running or I gotta sneeze or anything like that. And I've got, just in case, because COVID's giving me a little bit of acid reflux, and I did vomit on day 2 of the COVID, I got myself a barf bag. So just in case worse comes for worse, I think we've got all the everything covered. We got everything covered. Tissues with aloe are good. I believe those have aloe in them. Zan leaning back like that with a tissue box with his music is a bit real. Yes, the vintage puking Zan. I've always had like a pretty weak stomach, so if stuff is fucking with me, it's not that I have a weak stomach actually. I don't vomit often. It's that when I do vomit, it is projectile and immediate. And with very little to no warning. You know, like I go from like, oh, I feel a little icky right now, but I feel like if I just kind of drink some water and you know, take a breath, I'll feel okay. That turns into very fast. Like, faster than I can run to a bathroom usually. Yeah, better out than in. No, I hate vomiting. It's not fun. I despise it. If I could get over my, like, if not fear, but my, like, aversion to just throwing up, my life would be so much easier. If I just, as soon as I felt like I was gonna throw up and I knew it was gonna happen, just walk to the toilet and just let it happen, I would feel better. But I try to fight it. Yeah. If you ever have to vomit and you're drunk, definitely throw it up. You'll feel so much better. Or if you're really smart, just eat some meat. Like, unironically, eat some high protein meat, and you'll feel better. I always, whenever I drink hard liquor now, I always eat it with some greasy meat. I one time had like 6 shots of whiskey with it was one of my first times ever drinking. 6 shots of Canadian Mist whiskey, okay? It's 40% alcohol. It's 80 proof. And I 6 consecutive shots of it, but I drank it along with 2 slabs of grilled lamb. Like 2 greasy, big, buttery, salty slabs of lamb. And I did not get hungover. I was very drunk. I was absurdly drunk, but I didn't throw up, and I didn't get hungover. I was literally, like, fumbling around, like, having a hard time walking drunk. No vomit. No hangover. So yeah, eat some meat if you drink too much. It actually helps. Dude, why the fuck did you drink that much the first time? The first time, it was one of my first times, not the first time. But I just wanted to see what I was capable of, you know? Just wanted to see what I could do. So, it worked. You know, it didn't get hungover, didn't throw up. I'm not a drinker, though. I don't really drink much. That was like, I want to see what this is all about. Let's see. And, yeah, it was surprisingly fun. But I don't recommend becoming an alcoholic, personally. Tyrannax, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Sergeant Flux. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate that. You didn't even say anything. How goated. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Very, very appreciated. Thank you very much. Says, here, a fresh meme and a YouTube clip. Thank you. Let's check this. Hold on. Let's get this. Let's get this on screen and everything. What is this?
On the effects. Ah, yes, the power! This is it. Finally, they put me in DBFZ. Now I'm gonna beat everyone's ass. I'm gonna rule the planet. I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of Goku!
I heard you're pretty strong, Eggman. I'm gonna kill you now.
Okay.
Alright, this
is actually pretty funny.
That's the laser piss beam. Have you heard of it? Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Please, for the love of God, Goku, have it in your heart. Let me in. Hold on. Wait a second. Goku, please. My fucking ribcage, my liver's really bad, Goku.
This is literally like a visual depiction of all of the internet dunking on DJ Mule after his hit piece video on me.
Oh, this you son of a bitch!
Let me get some. Let me in. Let me at him. I'm leaving. I'm in.
On the effects. Ah.
That was pretty funny. I appreciate that, One Piece. That was a banger. That was an unironic One Piece 34 donation meme banger, okay? More of that, please. Knockpoo, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Said, it's kind of crazy how your teacher, Professor Fig, dies at the end of Hogwarts Legacy and cannot be saved in any ending. Also, Rookwood cursed Anne and framed the goblins. People should know that. I don't know most of that stuff. All I know is Professor Fig. Okay, I watched a Let's Play of Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I watched like the first couple hours of the game in a silent Let's Play of it. And it looks like a good, solid game, but it's just not, like, my hype for the game, having seen the game, is lesser than it was before the game came out. Like, it looks like a cool game. I'm not super attached to the Harry Potter IP. I've got some nostalgia for it. I'm more interested in, like, I do like the setting of Hogwarts and the area around it. I do enjoy that setting. I always liked the setting in the movies. Like, it was just a very neat set. But there was one scene that went hard as fuck in the beginning of the game. If you see nothing if you only see one thing from this game, you only need to see this scene. Let me see. It's like in the opening scene.
Really is.
Okay. Who here has seen House of the Dragon? Who's seen the last scene from the last episode of House of the Dragon? They're in a flying carriage. There's a guy. We're talking about a thing. The exposition's happening. Oh yeah, here's... Alright. This scene actually goes hard as fuck.
How did you... Wait. We did.
Holy shit, what is this resolution? You just saw death. That was pretty much it. I thought that sequence was pretty cool. Where your character just witnesses somebody die horribly, and then turns around, and the Kestrels just suddenly appear because you've seen death. That went pretty hard. That was pretty... That scene does go pretty hard. How the fuck do they keep dragons a secret in Harry Potter? Dude, J.K. Rowling's world building makes no sense, okay? You can only appreciate Harry Potter on a very surface level, okay? It makes not a lot of sense, okay? J.K. Rowling is not a consistent person, alright? Like, I'm not even joking, okay? Like, alright, here's a good example. Here's a good example, because I have so much fucking Harry Potter lore shit coming up in my recommended, because, you know, the game. How the fuck did Molly Weasley kill Bellatrix Lestrange? She didn't use Avada Kedavra, because she would have been imprisoned for it. It's illegal. And there are other curses that can kill people, but, like, it's never specified, and it's just like, yeah, she just kills... She just kills her with a spell, but because it would make her look really bad for her to use the killing curse, it's never specified. She just hit her with a boop. The best theory I've heard is that she hit her with like stupefy or the freezing, the binding charm on her heart, and froze her heart and killed her that way. It's an instant death spell and it isn't forbidden? Which one? Which one? I'm pretty sure there are no instant death spells in Harry Potter that aren't illegal. I don't know. Regardless, though, there's just a lot of shit in Harry Potter that when you consider it for long enough, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. If you want to enjoy Harry Potter and its world, you just have to... You just have to, like, enjoy the surface of it, right? Cool magic. Cool wizard fight, cool animal creatures that are magic. Like, once you start thinking about how this stuff would impact the world and the morality of, like, the wizarding world being a literal post-scarcity society and still having poverty and still allowing poverty in the world, still allowing war, literally being around during World War II and not preventing the Holocaust. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot. And it's why media like that, generally, doesn't even touch those topics. They try not to, because it usually ends up corny as fuck. Or like really convoluted explanation for why the all-powerful protagonists don't solve all the world's problems, you know? Like, yeah. So just ignore it, you know? It's not that deep. Knockpoo, thank you for the $5, though. I do appreciate it. Very base dono. Professor Lay Tax, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Said, what are those words? Like, what's it called? An emoticon? I don't remember. I'm a fucking boomer, okay? A emote face. Well then, get yourself a pint, Zan. And a wink. I'm not really a beer drinker. I've only tried beer once and I hated it. It was Bud Light. It was fucking awful. I know Bud Light's awful, but like, I've been wanting to go to like a brewery to try some like good beer for a while now. Like good beer. That's what I want to. That's the next time I try beer. It's gonna be at a brewery so I can get like the good shit and determine whether or not I like beer. Yeah, Germans are the beer people, so I'll probably drink a German beer to really get the proper flavor, right? Beer is just fermented lawn clippings? No, it's fermented horse food. Get it right. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Matisha Hu. I really appreciate the $5. It's very kind of you. Why did I turn off the music? I need my hightail jams. Thank you, I appreciate that. Says, am buying bacon? Honestly, yeah, bacon would probably, if you drink, like, guarantee 2 shots of whiskey and, like, 4 slices of bacon, you just pan-fried with some butter and like, some eggs, you will not get hungover and you will not throw up. You won't. Make some bacon and eggs, and even better, guarantee no hangover or throwing up. After you eat your greasy protein meal with your alcohol, take a cold shower. Take a cold shower. And then go straight to bed. Yeah. Trust me, guys. If you're somebody who likes to drink and you have problems with hangovers or vomiting from drinking or, you know, anything like that, or you ever end up in a bad situation where you drank too much, remember this advice. Greasy meat, cold shower, bed. You're welcome. Don't drink works for me. Yeah, I prefer the not drinking, but, you know, I'm much more of a weed man than an alcohol man, but I like to have a drink every once in a while, depending on the occasion. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the $5 off-stream dono. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Said, sorry to hear you're sick. Get well soon. I appreciate that. I don't know if you're here right now, but hopefully if you watch the VOD, you hear me reading your dono. Thank you. One Piece 34, thank you for the extra $5. Very much appreciate that. Says, here another meme. Let's check this out.
Yes, there's a secret SpongeBob character somewhere.
Okay. Alright, let's check out this meme.
Yes, there's a secret SpongeBob character somewhere. There it is! There's the character!
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza.
Better, you and me.
Krusty Krab, yeah.
It's over for you, Jimmy, and your dumb planner.
Woman, where's my super suit?
Shut the fuck up.
Where's my super suit?
Shut the fuck up.
You'll see why they call me the Prince of All Drip.
Hand me my keys! You know what? Fuck the keys. I don't need them.
Oh God, this guy plays like a fucking gorilla. Oh God,
What is this game?
How come you didn't tell me he was a gamer?
You will call me your majesty after we're done with here. Oh!
take his keys.
Oh shit!
Take his keys.
I better get out of here. Carl, your king needs your help, Carl Weezer. Yes, there's a secret SpongeBob character somewhere.
I love the idea of Mickey Mouse and Carl Weezer teaming up. Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Okay. Mickey is a gamer? Yeah. You guys didn't know? Larry Banks 78, hot damn, thank you for the tier 2 sub, I really appreciate that. Says, Zan, or hey Zan, hope you get better as I had similar symptoms when I had COVID. Nearly knocked me out for a week. The only part I'm glad is that my taste was the same. I've not lost any taste or smell. I've not lost any sense of taste or smell. Oh, I will say, one thing that I noticed a lot of in Hogwarts Legacy in the videos that I was watching of it that I haven't heard anybody talking about, I wonder why. It's almost like the culture war narrative kind of catches people up and they're kind of forced into a pretty rigid position on these things. But Hogwarts Legacy has some of the worst pop-in I've seen in a modern game. Have you seen Hogwarts Legacy's LOD pop-in? Maybe it's just all the YouTubers I've watched had really low LOD distance, but like, bro walked into Hogsmeade, and it was every sign, barrel, piece of wood on the ground, like the NPCs and like the textures all had to like load in and pop in for like 5 seconds after walking into Hogsmeade. And it was like, yeah. I hope that's a situation that gets improved with patches, and other shit, you know? Midara said that Hogwarts itself was stuttery as fuck. Oh, yeah, the frame drops I saw inside Hogwarts were, yeah. The PC port, or the PC version is apparently not very well optimized, which has been sort of a big problem with PC games lately, because PC, like, when making PC games, they're like, oh, well, most PC gamers have very good hardware, and PCs are capable of a lot more than consoles, so we don't have to put as much work into optimizing the game for PC as we do for console, because consoles are weaker systems. They have to put so much power or so much work into, like, optimizing their games for them that they just sort of do the bare minimum for the PC ports a lot of the time, and it's why a lot of PC ports perform worse than the console port, despite PC being better hardware. And software in most cases, even. However, one thing that consoles usually have going for them is that they're made to spec for gaming. Console gaming is better. That is a debate that has been settled with you being wrong on it for so long that it's not even had anymore. Like, there used to be an entire YouTube community centered around the console war, and it ended once everybody realized, wait, everybody who actually wants to take gaming seriously recognizes that PC is, like, the superior platform. However, console may be what's best for them individually, depending on their circumstances. I'm sorry, but PC is and will always be the king of gaming. Sourcing your own parts. Well, you don't source your own parts, but getting your own parts and sourcing your own construction of your PC, making it yourself, deciding what you want to spend more or less money on, the upgradability and future-proofing, the wide variety of uses, the fact that you can use a computer from everything from gaming to video calls to watching YouTube videos to making videos to fucking programming to scripting is also programming, to 3D modeling, to fucking work, to emails, to goddamn porn, to, like, there's just so much you can do all wrapped into one on a computer that it's like, when you have a good gaming PC, it's not your gaming PC, it's your fucking station. It's your goddamn HQ. Anyway. Thank you, Larry Banks. I really appreciate that tier 2 sub. How many months was that? My battle station. Holy shit, it's my battle station. I got the sick voice, so I feel like I can go a little bit deeper than usual. It's my voice. I got the sick voice. 1 month? Thank you, Larry Banks. I appreciate the $10. It's very kind of you. Cherry T21, hot damn, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That's 25 buccarinos right there. That's very kind. Gifted to Flare Games 7, Ember, Njord, Flighted Crow, and With Otro. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure that they do as well. Said here to raise your spirits. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had to take a hot minute off streaming, which was not good for the saving up for the move to Seattle at the end of the month goal. That's for sure. But, you know, Breaking Bad anime opening. Okay, let's take a look at this. This looks interesting. Thank you, Cherry T21. I appreciate that. Let's watch this.
Say my name.
Yeah, Mr. White. Yes, science. Science, 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 science.
You're goddamn right.
You better believe I still hit blinkers while having COVID.
Willy Wonka. Walter White.
I like how just apparently anime has like a tendency to spoil the entire like show in the opening, right? I know that Cyberpunk Edge Runners did that. So I like how they just show us Hank finding out Walt is Heisenberg just right here. You know, like literally like the 4th from the last episode of the show.
Willy Wonka. Walter White. You got me.
Skinny Pete and Badger. Tuco and Hector. Hank. It's Walt choking Domingo. Crazy 8. This goes hard as fuck. This actually goes hard. This goes ridiculously hard. Bro, there is going to be a Breaking Bad anime one day. You know that, right? Like, there's going to be an officially licensed anime remake of Breaking Bad. It's going to happen one day. It's going to happen. For now, you have Death Note, but it's going to happen one day. It just will. They made fucking anime Supernatural. They literally made a season of an anime that is supernatural, but it's anime. That is a thing that existed. There was already an animated kids show. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about Slip and Jimmy. How dare you even mention that? Are you gonna watch the Breaking Bad anime to No Lamal? Who wouldn't watch the Breaking Bad anime? Have you seen the Breaking Bad Super Bowl ad? Dude, are we gonna get another Breaking Bad project soon? Is that why these fucking ads for, like, these Breaking Bad related advertisements for popcorners keep happening? Like, are we gonna get something? Is there something coming? Is Vince cooking? Is Vince cooking something up behind the scenes? I hope so. I need more of that Vince Gilligan writing in my mouth. Need more Breaking Bad. Yeah, we need a movie about Saul in prison. Jimmy in prison. That would be a good movie. Could even be a Prison Break movie, like what Jesse got. And then if they really wanted to go insane, imagine they make a third movie where they reveal Walt is alive and they faked his death. Like, I feel like at that point, people would be down for it, you know? I don't know. Maybe it's too corny. I feel like they could pull it off, though. They could pull it off. They could. They could pull it off. They pulled off a fucking decapitated head on a tortoise blowing a bunch of cops up. Okay? They pulled that off and made it not come off as silly and unrealistic, all right? They can do it. They can pull it off. Wait, yeah. Imagine they make a movie for about, like, Walt being alive and he's in prison, but instead of cooking meth, he's cooking food. He's just the cook. He just becomes the cook in prison. He's like, we need to cook. Yeah, baking bread would be the name of the movie. And it's just all shit posting. The entire movie is just a massive shit post. Like, referencing really esoteric Breaking Bad memes. And it's just a massive meme. Hardly even canon. That would be great. That would be phenomenal. It's just not every line is a pun. Yeah, but it's still phenomenally written, though. It still has to be, like, for the meme to work, it still needs to be phenomenally written. Yeah, Walt owns a bakery now. Yeah, I've watched Breaking Good as well. Make sure you take a look at that. Anyway, oh, Cherry T21, thank you for the another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn! Thank you for the $25. Thank you. Gifted to Krisha CZ, Socks JPEG, Death by Vodka, the Leaf Cutter or Leaf Cuter, and Knockpoo. Thank you. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure they do as well. Said, okay, here's another one. I'm done for the night. I appreciate your very kind donations. Game of Thrones anime opening. Okay, we'll watch this one too. Thank you for the 25 bucks. I really appreciate it. And One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. Said Zan, you forgot the other donation I donated before Cherry donated. Well, I'm going through them. I'm going through the list. Don't worry. I'm about to get to yours just now. And then One Piece 34, thank you once again for your extra $5 donation. You sent a link and said, alrighty, here, one more. Thank you.
Having a bad time, Jimmy.
Ooh. I'm just queuing up all these videos so we can watch them all at once. Thank you, One Piece. I appreciate the $5. That's really kind of you. And then we just got another dono. Isekai Protag, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, I'm the baker. I'm the one who... I am the one who needs. True.
You think a guy gets hit in the head with a rolling pin and you think that'd be me? No. I am the one who needs.
Okay. Alright, let me update the dono goal really fast. And, we'll watch these clips that my lovely donators have sent me. Every dollar you donate is a COVID cell killed in my body. This is the Game of Thrones anime opening. So far, this is pretty accurate. Theon. I like how the image of Theon we see is just for half a second, and it's him just, like, doubled over, like, with his hands over his crotch in pain. Honestly, you know what? Like, Game of Thrones, the show, not... Okay, if you've only watched the show of Game of Thrones, you would think that the books are, like... You would think that Game of Thrones, like, the books are super horny. But they're not really. They're actually not really. Which was a bit surprising. Like, the sex and nudity that's in, like, Game of Thrones is played up massively for the show. Like, they put a lot more sex and nudity in the show than there is in the books. Like, in the books, it's like a passing, like, thing. In the show, it's like, alright, we're gonna be here for a minute, huh? Alright. Might as well grab a drink of water. Sex in Game of Thrones isn't horny, it's kind of gross, not gonna lie. And it's usually framed as gross, but, like, the problem is that, yeah, wait, you're completely right, Hakon. Tyrion Lannister, you know, if Breaking Bad was anime, I bet you would have, like, the anime pedo types arguing that Tyrion Lannister is a... What's the word for male, lolly? There's like a male, Shota. Thank you, yeah. They would argue that anime Tyrion Lannister is a Shota to try and justify their attraction to underage boys. Because they did that with Rebecca in Cyberpunk Edgerunners, where they're like, wait, there's this, like, adult woman who's short and, like, very sexualized and a popular character in this new anime? Holy shit, let's claim this character as a lolly and normalize our weird pedo shit. And that's what they did. Wild shit. Short women do exist, though, or do not exist, though. The crazy thing is that discourse has expanded to real-life people. The Twitter discourse has expanded to people getting canceled for dating short girls. Like, there are 21-year-olds out there getting canceled on Twitter right now for dating 25-year-old girls that are, like, 5'2". Define short? Shorter than me. That is unironically everybody's metric. Like, let's be completely honest. You're tall if you're taller than me. You're short if you're shorter than me. And that standard applies to everybody individually. If you're taller than I am, then I'm short. If I'm taller than you, then I'm tall. That's how it works. Like Balthazar in chat's like 6'2". To Balth, I'm short. And to me, Balth is tall. So that's how it works. My friend Ethan, on the other hand, is 5'5". So to me, he's short and I'm tall. He's gonna get mad. I like how we had the you-know-nothing Jon Snow shot there. I love how it spoils everything. God, the internet goes hard. How does this channel have 52,000 subscribers? I have more subs than this channel. How do I have more? Nothing, like, makes me feel more... Like, my channel doing worse than somebody who puts less effort into their videos than I do doesn't really upset me, right? What actually upsets me and makes me feel bleak is when I see somebody who puts more effort into their videos than I do and makes better videos than I do, who has less subs and than I do. And it's like, fuck, this algorithm is not fucking fair. Especially to animators. Animators put in, like, per minute of their, like, video, probably put in the most work. Like, work hours out of any other type of YouTuber, and they get the most fucked by the algorithm. Ad revenue, they make the least money through ad revenue. They get the most fucked by the algorithm. They have the least favorable CPM, and just every metric of YouTube's ways of promoting your channel and monetizing your channel is worse if you put more work into your videos and upload less frequently. It really sucks. It's why, a lot of those content creators that make, long form, rarely uploaded content ask for patrons, because they aren't making much off of YouTube. Maybe once they've got a big backlog made, then they're just getting a consistent trickle of, like, carryover views that are just keeping their ad rev up. That's definitely a thing, but, like, ContraPoints, for example, probably doesn't make as much money as you expect her to. She may get, like, millions of views per video, but she uploads twice a year. So, definitely a lot more money she's making through, say, Patreon than YouTube. Here, let's watch this video. This is from One Piece.
I don't want to be here anymore. I'm about to... Hold this. Here we go.
Wow.
You know what? This is gonna need all 100% of my power. I need to get my shirt off.
Get him, Carl.
What is that bottle?
I'm not done with him. Thank you. Bring him back. It's taking all my brain power to play this Krusty Krab employee.
Yep. I gotta go. Golden.
All right, give me a second. I gotta plug this thing in, and I have to unplug stuff in my power strip to do it. It's a whole pain in the ass. Give me a second. Oh, damn it. There we go. It's my stream or something. That would be pretty bad. That would be a cringe moment of me to do something like that. There we go. Nice, it's charging. Pulling a Hassan once again.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I'm dead. Yo, he looks like a SoundCloud rapper.
You're right, Jimmy. There are only two sexes. The sex I have with your dad and the sex I have with your mom.
Holy shit. That is a burn that I'm going to definitely remember. That is a burn that's going to stick with me, and I'm going to use that one day. Holy shit. You ever hear, like, a burn so good that it's just like, fuck, that's going to my memory bank to use one day. Like, I gotta let it expire. It's gotta go bad. Like, it's gotta be, I gotta wait a while. But it's gonna that's I'm holding on to that one day. God damn. There's only 2 sexes, the one I had with your dad and the one I had with your mom. That's a good one. That's pretty good. Okay. You guys are pretty funny. I appreciate the funny donos today. They've been pretty good. For those of you guys who are watching right now and you'd like to support the stream in a way that is not financial, you can do so very simply, very easily, and very much to my appreciation, simply by hitting the like button on the stream. A little thumbs up over on YouTube. It really helps out a lot. It basically twists YouTube's arm and forces them to to push my content. And yeah, I really do appreciate it. Hold on a second. Ah, yeah, there we go. COVID also makes me have to burp. Speaking of COVID, I think it's time for us to get into the first segment. Let me open up Paint, because this is going to be a Paint stream. At least part of it's going to be a Paint stream. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay, this'll do. All right. Hold on, I think the music's a bit loud. For those of you guys that don't know, this background music is a lo-fi hip-hop remix of the Hytale soundtrack. For those that don't know, Hytale, really cool game, I'm excited for it, and a lot of the soundtrack is already, like, released, so, and it's very good. If the game is as good as the soundtrack, then it won't disappoint. Anyway, let's hop into the first segment of the day. All right, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. It's been a little while since I've streamed. It's been a few days, to say the least. It's been a little over a week, actually. Well, I have had videos going up in the meantime because, you know, I've got plenty of segments stocked up for things like this happening, you know, emergency situations like me getting sick happening. Unfortunately, I was not able to stream for the last week because I caught COVID. Now, thankfully, I feel worlds better now than I did even yesterday, the day before, and certainly the day that I figured out that I had it. So I guess I'll give you guys a little bit of background, okay? I am vaxxed and fully boosted. I was not interested in getting COVID. I took pride in having not gotten COVID. I was determined to get through this entire pandemic without getting COVID. That was my goal. And I thought it was very doable considering my lifestyle. I go out and I do stuff, but I'm pretty careful, and I spend a lot of time, you know, working from home, and I don't really go grocery shopping. I get my food delivered, and then, like, it's just, there were a lot of reasons that I was pretty sure I would be able to avoid COVID. But there was one thing that I left the house to do, a few days before, maybe like almost a week before I had symptoms and I tested positive, that I think probably did it. I got a haircut. Love the haircut, by the way. It's very nice. Love my haircut, but I got a haircut. And I'm pretty certain that's when I got the vid. Pretty certain that's when I got it. I was wearing a mask, but the mask is more so for infectious people, not to be as infectious, less so for protecting people who aren't infected. I still wore it anyway. Didn't make a difference. Didn't make a difference. Still got sick. Still got COVID. However, you know, a couple days pass. I don't even know that I have it. I feel great. You know, days are passing. I feel fine. And then Sunday night happens. Me and my mom watched the new episode of The Last of Us. Ironic, huh? You know, we spend the whole day, like, potting some plants and planting seeds because she's like doing a garden thing, and I ordered like a bunch of seed packets, and so we're doing some gardening. Very active. Don't feel sick or like garbage at all, right? We feel great. We feel fine. Later that night, all right, I'm eating dinner. Okay, I'm eating some ribs, and I take my fork and I take a nice piece of rib right off the bone, put it in my mouth, and I start chewing. First bite. I'm like, and I swallow. And it feels like I swallowed a piece of bone or hard gristle that just, like, shredded its way down my throat and esophagus like this. It felt really bad. That's what I thought had happened. That's what I thought had happened. I thought I'd just torn up my throat or scratched it, and it hurt. But I had a sore throat. And it wasn't bleeding. There was no blood. There was no, like, overwhelming pain that made me think I need to go to the hospital or get immediate medical help. But I was pretty pissed off about how my throat was feeling. But the night continued, and I started to feel cold. Like my throat was obviously sore from that, but I just assumed it was because of a like the scratching, right? But I started to feel cold, really, really cold. Not cold enough that a blanket, or not like so cold that a blanket, like a really thick, fluffy, warm blanket, was not warming me up. And I started to realize I'm not actually cold. I just feel cold. Now, I've had this thing where occasionally I'll get this overwhelming bone chill shiver out of nowhere, and I just have to, like, hop in a hot shower, stand in the sun for 10 seconds, and I'll feel better. But this was strong and very overwhelming. So much so that, like, I couldn't move, and I was stuck in sort of like this shivering, state, right? And so I basically got up and I hobbled myself over to my space heater, and I turned on the space heater to the highest heat and just blasted myself with some nice warm air, while watching TV, right? Mind you, I didn't know I was sick yet, so I wasn't suspecting a flu or a fever. Sorry, I wasn't expecting a fever to hit me. I thought this was just chills and I needed to warm myself up. But it kept going. Every time I would get up and get away from the heat, I would immediately be immobilized by the cold. And it would be overwhelming shivers, bone chills, and, like, physical immobility with the discomfort, okay? And it was very overwhelming. Very overwhelming, like, hard to even fight. Muscles tensed up severely. And around this time, my mom starts to feel under the weather. And she looks over to me and says, I think we might have COVID. And I said, you think so? Let me do the breath holding test. Because this, like, really early on in COVID, a test you could do is see how long you can hold your breath. If you can't hold your breath for very long, chances are you might have it. So, and my nose was at this point starting to get a little stuffy and runny as well. So it was like, fuck, I might, you know? So I go, and I do the breath holding thing. And I don't run out of breath. I don't, like, feel the need to go or anything like that. I feel fine. I have no issue when it comes to holding my breath, though I now know that a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that I was a swimmer. I managed to keep my blood oxygen at 98 to 100% pretty much the entire time I've been sick. I just got very strong lungs, which is definitely good. It's from swimming in high school for like 6 years, or before and in high school. So that's definitely good. Being vaxxed and boosted also definitely helped. So I have strong lungs and was immunely, like, my immune system was, to some extent, ready, right? Despite that, COVID hit me like a train when I first started to feel the symptoms. Hit me like a goddamn full-speed bullet train, all right? And, my mom would be like, hey, get up and go grab... So she tells me, hey, could you get up and go grab the COVID tests? And I'm like... Okay, because we had a bunch of them, because, you know, just in case, right? And so I get up from the chair that's sitting by the space heater where I've got my heat, and it's just like, I'm hobbling like a dying old man. I'm hobbling, like, hunched over, like, in the only position that will allow me some level of muscle comfort and whatnot. And I'm, like, shivered up like this, like, walking through my house with a blanket over my back, walking to the medicine cabinet. I get the COVID tests, and they're the tests where you have the saline packets, and you spray them into, like, this little tube, and then you get a cotton swab, and you really rub it inside your nostrils on in your sinuses on both sides, stick it into the tube of saline, and then you shake it and squeeze the boogers out of your out of your little swab, and you get the saline solution that has your stuff in there, and you pour it onto what looks like a pregnancy test. 3 droplets onto this little thing, and there's a little display where you have one that says C. Like there's a C, and I believe that means control. That's always supposed to light up. If that doesn't fill in, if the C doesn't fill in, you've got a faulty test. That's its like control. The other one I believe is T, and that's the test. And if that lights up, then yeah, you're positive. And that's what I got. My mom did too. And we realized we both had COVID. And it didn't take long after finding out that we'd tested positive for the symptoms to start getting much worse. So it started with the muscle aches, the bone chills, and the runny nose and the sore throat, right? But I wasn't coughing, and I wasn't really getting that much mucus, like, in my throat worth coughing, right? I wasn't getting the cough yet, and I wasn't too brain foggy. I was still there 100%, and, you know, things were still okay. But that first night is when the tightness set in. While I didn't have any phlegm in my chest and I wasn't coughing, I started to get the chest tightness. It's actually kind of gone away now, but in my chest and in my back and on my sides, I was getting this tightness. And it wasn't even from breathing, it just kind of would happen, right? And it really isn't pleasant. It really isn't pleasant, but I dealt with it. And it just kind of slowly got less bad as time went on, and something that really would help is coughing. Like, even if I didn't feel the need to cough, if my lungs started to feel like, if I started to get the tight chest, I would cough, and, you know, phlegm would come up, and that was what, you know, I needed to get done, and it would feel better. So yeah, it's very much not like your normal cold or flu dry cough where your throat's all itchy and you keep going involuntarily because you got a cough. It's very much like a, my lungs are all phlegmy. I gotta... Okay, there we go. Now I can breathe a little clearer again. It's one of those kind of respiratory infections. That, for those of you who haven't gotten COVID yet, hopefully that gives you an idea. Like bronchitis, I've never gotten bronchitis before unless I have it now as a symptom of COVID. Yeah, this is how bronchitis has been explained to me, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna break down my timeline, okay? Just because I know some of you guys will probably be curious, and God forbid one of you in chat gets COVID and you're scared and you don't know what to expect, you don't know what's gonna happen. I just want to be able to help you out here. I want to be able to maybe make you feel a little more secure, you know, like you're being heard, like you're being felt. Anyway, so I initially tested positive on the 5th, so we need 4 blocks here. Now, the reason why yeah, okay, good. The reason why I've made this block so short is because it was into the evening, like late into the day on Sunday, that I found out that I had COVID. So this is Sunday the 5th, Monday the 6th, Tuesday the 7th. Oh, geez, my math is bad. Here, Wednesday, the 8th, and then I forgot because we're only a little bit into today. I had to add this one as well. My bad. There we go. And then Thursday, the 9th. All right. I want to give you guys an understanding of what COVID was like for me as a vaxxed and boosted person with a who's young, 23 years old, and has a relatively healthy lifestyle, but especially when it came to my lungs back, like, not too relatively long ago, very healthy lifestyle when it came to lungs. Like, pretty damn athletic, healthy lungs, right? So, that's my basic layout. I vape, there's that, and I vape weed and nicotine, so there's that as well. So that's something that would weaken my lungs and decrease my chances of doing well, so yeah. You're 23, would have guessed closer to 26. No, I am 23. I turned 23 back in July. Okay. So, night 1, or day 1 of my COVID, I had sore throat. I had bone chills, fever, and runny nose. Those are the big symptoms I had on day 1. Sore throat, bone chills, fever, and a runny nose. Like stuffed and runny, you know what I mean. It goes between runny and stuffed, basically at a whim, right? Next, we have day 2. I vomited. I start coughing. The chest tightness really begins, and it gets like really hard to like just breathe and relax and chill out. And I start getting the fatigue. The fatigue sets in. Right? I vomited on Monday. My coughing started to get kind of bad. My chest started to get really tight, and that persisted till literally last night. And the fatigue continued, which could persist to this point. I am very fatigued right now, but I don't care. I push through. So, Tuesday. Tuesday is when things started to get better. Like I actually started to feel better, you know? However, some new symptoms came along that I wasn't too happy about, all right? Weakness. Like, obviously the chills are just kind of still there and kind of recurred again. I didn't have as many on Monday, but I got chills again on Tuesday, and they were kind of bad. Fever was still a thing, and the really big one that hit on Tuesday that fucked me up. Acid reflux. Holy shit. Listen, normally when I am sick, every time I've ever been sick, the best thing to help me with it has always been a big old greasy Five Guys burger and fries. When I have a flu or the cold, that's what I eat, and it damn near fucking cures me. It is my go-to fucking healing food, all right? Part of it's probably because I love it so much. So I did that. Adults in the chat who have to deal with acid reflux know exactly what occurred because of that decision. I'd never had heartburn or acid reflux before. I really hadn't. I thought I'd known what heartburn was. I thought it was like when you eat hot food or something and it hurts on its way down. It burns. No. It's when your stomach starts to like boil up stomach acid into your esophagus and it burns. Not fun. That is a COVID symptom. It upsets your stomach and it causes acid reflux and vomiting. Not fantastic. Not enjoyable. Not great. Not great at all. So if you think that like COVID is some like flu where it's like, oh, I'm going to be coughing and I'm going to feel like garbage, but at least I'll still be able to just kind of lay in bed and eat my favorite food and treat myself. No, you don't get to eat your favorite food. Every meal you eat is going to cause acid reflux, possibly, and it's going to be miserable. And you're going to feel like your esophagus is on fire from the acid reflux and the heartburn that it's going to cause. I recommend taking some anti-acid tablets. I took some sodium chloride, I think it is. A very common, like, basic anti-acid. Just, it's a basic chewable I took, and it really does help. But yeah, the acid reflux is killer. Were your taste buds affected? I heard that's common too. No, I did not get the taste buds or loss of smell symptom. I guess the most loss of smell that I got would just be from congestion in my nose, but I just blasted some Afrin up in those puppies and they opened up good. Like, listen, I did have the congestion, but I've been using Afrin, just spraying a couple spritz up into each nostril, and those fuckers open up. Doesn't matter how sick I am. My nostrils clear. I breathe easy. Take an omeprazole. It's good for acid reflux. I feel like the stuff that I'm taking now is absolutely fine. I feel like it's getting the job done. I just take it after I have a meal if it's acid refluxy, and it goes away in seconds. Listen, Zan, COVID can lead to erectile dysfunctions. The most important thing for us to know is, can you still get bricked up? Oh, I was actually worried. I'm glad you brought this up. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to jack off with COVID. Good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to jack off with COVID because, from my understanding, getting your heart rate up while you have COVID can cause can cause heart damage, right? And so it can be kind of a problem, you know? So I definitely try to keep it down to a minimum with COVID, but I can guarantee that there has not been any erectile dysfunction from having COVID. So that's definitely good. Why the fuck do we watch this, man? You guys asked. You guys were the ones asking about whether or not COVID causes erectile dysfunction. I'm sure it does in some people, but thankfully not in me. Wednesday. Let's move on to Wednesday. Day 8. So this is yesterday. I'm just gonna add acid reflux. Fuck you. That should basically get the point across. Does that make sense? That acid reflux was the MVP symptom of day 8. Or of the 8th, of Wednesday, yesterday. Absolutely. And especially into the evening, the chest tightness and muscle aches. Holy fuck. Yesterday was just acid reflux, chest tightness, obviously coughing. I don't know why I didn't add coughing, but I was coughing because the chest tightness and muscle aches. Like, it was so bad that, like, the combination of all these things was working so badly against me. My back was fucking killing me, and I just wanted to be able to do this. And do that satisfying... Oh, that felt great. I just did it now, and it felt great. Do that satisfying twisty pop that I can do, but I couldn't do it, because my lungs would start to like, my chest would tighten up, and my lungs would sting when I do it. And so my back was aching and hurting, and like everything was tight and sore and in pain, and I couldn't get enough range of motion to actually like loosen myself up at all. Not even in the hot shower I couldn't get enough range of motion to help myself out. And then of course we have today, and my symptoms today are as follows: very light acid reflux. It'll do. Very light acid reflux. Like, I don't have it now. My esophagus doesn't even hurt right now. And, yeah. Very minor chest and back tightness. That's just my lungs telling me I need to get the phlegm out. That's why I keep coughing. So I just cough the tightness away. And finally, fatigue and brain fog. These are the only remaining symptoms that I have left. That's pretty much it. Just acid reflux, very little, like not much. Some back tightness and chest tightness, and fatigue and brain fog. That is pretty much all that I have left. But I'm not just here to provide you guys with my story and a pity party as to what I experienced. I want to provide you guys with some advice that helped me on each day of my COVID ordeal, okay? So, day 1, what really helped out, and I know you're not going to want to have to do this, but it is the go-to, alright? Ice cold shower. Your body, when the fevers, bone chills, and muscle aches start setting in, your body's going to make you want to huddle up under a bunch of blankets next to a space heater, or take a ridiculously scathing, like scalding hot shower. That is what your body's going to want to make you do. Do not listen to it. Your body is lying to you. You're actually running a fever of over 100 degrees, most likely. I have a thermometer right over there that I would be using roughly every few minutes. Every time that my temperature broke 100 degrees, I realized, all right, gotta break the fever. So I'd hop in the shower and turn it all the way to the coldest setting. And just blast myself over the head with it. It goes down my hair, over my face, down my neck and back, over my entire body. Just full on let the high pressure ice cold water go over me. Now I take relatively cold showers. Like the way that I shower is I start with warm or hot water and then I finish my shower off with like cold water, like cool water to like trap moisture in my skin and like prevent hair damage, and there's a lot of reasons why you should finish up your shower with colder water, but like I don't usually freeze myself with it, right? This time it was miserable, it was painful, and it sucked, but only for like 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds of torture, and then the fever just suddenly breaks and you start being normally cold. Like you're not irrationally painfully cold anymore. You just suddenly, oh wait, I just have ice water going over me now, and you can just flip it right back over to warm water, warm yourself up to a more comfortable temperature so you're not uncomfortable but not too hot, and then turn the water off, dry yourself off, and the fever will be broken. You won't be shivering, the bone aches will be better, the muscle aches will be better. I promise you. It's torture for 10 seconds. But if you get COVID, or frankly any fever that's giving you those insane bone shivers that are making you want to huddle into something warm, and like it's unreasonably cold for like where you are, what temperature it is, and what you're wearing and everything, the ice cold shower is the best way. You have to break the fever. It can be very bad for you physically if you do not break the fever. Another thing that helped, and I'm actually going to go ahead and after this segment grab another one. Gatorade / water. I've been drinking ridiculous amounts of water and Gatorade. Basically, and I'm not kidding here, trying to ensure that I guess this is part 2, piss as much as possible. Your body filters out a lot of COVID through your kidneys, and it exits your body mostly from peeing. So yeah, when you have COVID, drinking as much water and fluids and peeing as much as you can really helps to like get the COVID out of your body. Gatorade also helps you restore electrolytes and a lot of other vitamins that you become deficient in when fighting an infection. Another one is vitamin gummies, specifically zinc and iron. If you can get some vitamin gummies with a good portion of zinc and iron, this is going to help you a lot because your immune system is using a whole lot of zinc and iron to like power it. Like your immune system is fighting COVID and using a lot of that, and it's taking those stores away from a lot of other parts of your body, and it's going to make you suffer in other ways that you can't even think of. A lot of COVID symptoms don't even come from COVID doing it to you. It comes from your body having to divert so many resources to fight COVID. That's a big part of what the acid reflux is. Your body doesn't have enough zinc to produce the stomach acid it needs to, and you get acid reflux from not having high enough acidity in your stomach from like the zinc going to your cells for fighting COVID. That's been my understanding of the research on COVID-caused acid reflux. Finally, the last one is sunlight. If you can go out in the sun and just sit like in the sun for just a little bit, it really, really helps. At least in my case, it did. Like a little bit of like vitamin D from the sun, and like just the general being in the sun, just being outside, fresh air, sunlight, birds chirping, grass and leaves blowing in the wind, just that in general helps. The final thing is morale. COVID kills people by wearing them down to exhaustion physically and emotionally, okay? That is how people die from COVID. It literally exhausts their body to death, essentially, right? And a lot of what can help you keep yourself going is resolve. Like, sit on the couch if you're sick with somebody else, sit on the couch together and watch some funny fucking, like, rewatch a funny sitcom that you've seen a million times already. Some comfort shows that are funny, that keeps your mood up. Don't watch, like, depressing or don't watch depressing content. I found myself watching too much, like, really, like, hardcore depressing type of content, like political stuff, while sick, and it made my symptoms worse. Put your mind in a positive setting and try to distract yourself from your settings or from your symptoms in a more positive way, and trust me, you'll feel better. You'll feel better. Yeah. Anyway, those are the big pieces of advice that I have. I'm sure there's some other stuff that I'll think of after I end the segment because, well, I can't think of everything, right? However, that is pretty much all. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. Of course I almost forgot one of the most important thing. Fucking anti-acid chewables. And also, Afrin nasal spray. Or just phenylephrine, like non-Afrin brand phenylephrine nasal spray. The chemical's phenylephrine. Phenylephrine or phenylephrine? And it's sold by a bunch of different brands, but Afrin's the most popular. It's what I use. And then some anti-acid chewables. I believe, what's the exact type of chewable that I'm gonna go grab the exact chewables that I use, just because, why not? Alright. Got me a Gatorade. And here are the antacids that I use. They're Equate. And they're just basic chewables. They are calcium carbonate. 750 milligrams of calcium carbonate, 60 chewable tablets. These things go hard. Just chew it up in your mouth. You don't even swallow it. It dissolves in your mouth, and the juice, like, actively goes down your esophagus into your stomach and just chills it out. Just chills it out. Orange Gatorade? Hell yeah. I like orange juice. And orange Gatorade kind of tastes like orange juice. So yeah, it's my favorite flavor of Gatorade, is the orange one. Sponsored by Walmart? What here is sponsored by Walmart? I buy a lot of stuff from there, but Anyway. Yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of it. You want to drink a lot of Gatorade and water in general. Keep your fluids up. And you also want to take anti-acid chewables as soon as possible when you start getting acid reflux. Listen to me. If you get COVID, or you ever get acid reflux, like GERD or some shit like that, as soon as it starts, get a fucking antacid. The longer you ignore it and let your stomach bubble stomach acid up into your esophagus, the more damage it does. The more it'll hurt, and the longer you have to wait before it stops hurting. This is very sincere advice I'm giving you all. Don't delay when it comes to something like that. Like, acid reflux needs to be managed very quickly, or it's going to cause you some problems. This tastes like candy. It's like candy for boomers who have digestive problems after they eat, like every adult tends to have. I hate growing up. I really do hate being an adult. Zan is giving uncle advice right now. Real. Alright, with all that said, hopefully you got some insight into my sickness and my experience with COVID. You know, I think I've basically won. I think I pretty much kicked its ass. It's been 5 days, and I pretty much kicked its ass. I'd say that's pretty reasonable. I've heard a lot of similar cases in which people who are vaxxed and fully boosted, only are sick for around 5 days or so. I want to let you guys know, please get vaccinated and stay boosted. Do not put it off. It is not worth getting COVID. Like, it is not just a bad flu. I had mild COVID. I had what is called mild COVID, and it is still, I want to say, the sickest I've ever been in my life. I want to say it's probably the sickest I've ever been in my life, but I think I've probably had a worse, like, really bad stomach, like, parasite once when I was, like, 6, that I remember, like, damn near fucking killing me. Like, I remember laying in bed under a pile of ice packs, having, like, some sort of stomach flu as like, a 6-year-old or something. So, it wasn't as bad as that, but definitely at least second worst sickness, like, bout of sickness I've ever dealt with in my life, symptom-wise. And that's with being vaccinated and boosted. And, on top of all of that, I'm a healthy, young dude whose only comorbidity for, like, COVID fucking me up is, like, I'm a little underweight, because my body fat percentage is really low right now, and I vape. It is not just a cold. Some people, it won't hit them as hard. But most people who get COVID, like, the mild COVID, is not just a cold. It's rough, bro. Get vaccinated. For no other reason than you might still get COVID. Even if you don't get vaccine boosted, well, especially if you don't get vaccine boosted, you'll probably get COVID. But even if you think COVID's not a big deal, trust me, it is, and being vaccine boosted also helps minimize the symptoms in my experience, and in a lot of the cases we've seen. People tend to have it for less time, get over it faster, and their symptoms don't tend to be as bad. And that's the case for me as well. So yeah. Hopefully this helped you. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, you all know what to do. And thank you for watching. What do you guys think of that segment, guys? Do you think it came out good? I feel like I did a good job of talking about my experience with it. And, like, I hope you guys, like, any of you guys dealing with COVID symptoms as well, got some good advice. Nice and informative. Can we do a poll in chat? Or, like, here, how about this? Type 1 in chat if you have or have had COVID. Type 2 in chat if you haven't ever had COVID. I'm curious how many of you have and haven't. Damn, a lot of you have had COVID. Yeah, I'm glad a lot of you haven't had it, but damn, fair amount of you have had COVID. February of 2020. Ugh. Yeah, it was a pandemic. Damn. Well, no, what I'm more interested in is that I have a left-wing audience. I have an audience of people who are more predisposed to being cautious about COVID, getting vaccinated, wearing masks, social distancing, isolating, etc., right? And yet, even among this population of people who are pretty careful about, generally speaking, about not getting COVID, a lot of you have still gotten COVID. And I'm sure in many cases there are reasons why you just couldn't get around it, like you had to work or something. Many of you probably have service jobs where you have to fucking talk to assholes all day and get screamed at by random employees who don't respect you, but you have to keep a smile on your face or you'll get fired and you have to pay your bills and everything. Like, that shit. That's the shit where people get sick, and it's the fucking worst. Ugh. Or you have no clue how. The only way I could have gotten it was from getting a haircut. Republicans tend to live in the middle of bumfuck. Actually, it's not necessarily true. Most Trump supporters, notably, are actually pretty economically well off. At least in comparison to most Democrats. I got it after lockdown. I don't go anywhere, and I got it from someone at my sister's work going in with it. You know what's crazy is, like, a week before I tested positive, I remember sitting in the car just, like, looking around at, like, the world and being like, huh, really feels like this pandemic thing has finally ended. You know, it kind of feels like things are, like, normal again, you know? And then a week later, I get fucking COVID. I was like, hell yeah, I made it. I survived. I fucking lived. I made it through. I didn't even get COVID. And then I fucking get it. Like, God. How much you want to bet in like a week they're going to declare the official end of the pandemic, you know? I caught it right the last second. But yeah, hundreds of people still die each day. It's very much not over. It's not as big as it was during like the peak of things, but Biden, especially here in America, did a pretty good job of stemming COVID, doing the bare minimum that Trump and the Republicans refused to. But yeah. Just Valerie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It's so kind of you. Thank you. Said, good afternoon, Zan and chat. Hope you have yourself some nice cold medicine, Zan. I got work today. Actually, I cannot take cold medicine. Antihistamine pills make me vomit. Like, when I'm sick and I take, like, an antihistamine pill, I almost always throw it up. So yeah, I just don't tend to take cold pills. Because it'll turn a coughing, sneezing, like nose-blowing kind of sickness into a vomiting kind of sickness. And, yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of that. I'll pass. But yeah, overall, I'm sorry that I had to take so long off of, away from streaming and making content for you guys. I did go on Keffals' stream the other night, and I talked to her for a little bit when, like, my COVID was a lot worse. As a matter of fact, I wonder if you guys want to hear what I sounded like when my COVID was, like, at its worst, let's see if we can find when I went on Keffals' stream. By the way, make sure to hit that like button if you, if you like what you're watching. Maybe hit that like button. Just saying. Could be a good idea. Could be a good idea. Oh, wait, she doesn't keep her VODs up. I forgot. Genius. Keeps the clip chimpers away, but yeah. I forgot. She doesn't keep her VODs up, so I don't think I can find it. But yeah, those of you guys who saw it, yeah. I saw you play Raft with Keffals. Yeah, I played Raft with her, but the other night she was playing Raft and I just like joined into call and talked to her for a bit. You have to be a member to see her VODs. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Ooh. Holy shit, should I do that, guys? That sounds like such a great idea. Should I make my VODs channel member only? I don't know. I feel like VODs do bring in a good amount of views, and people like watching them. Although, then again, they'll make streams more exclusive, so people have to tune in live if they don't want to miss, like, the stream. Right? It'll make people more incentivized to tune in when stream is live, which will increase live viewership. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You guys are gonna need to get your attendance up on these streams. No, what the fuck? That's fucked as hell. Well, the videos still go up as individual segments, but if you're like such a mega fan that you want to watch the whole VOD, then it'll incentivize you to watch live. True, but some of us have jobs, Zan. Yeah, but the segments would still be going up. You wouldn't be missing content. And you could still watch them live. Yeah, that is actually a pretty good idea. Holy crap. Yeah, but Zan, you'd have to make events like 12 Docs separate. Oh yeah, definitely. Like 12 Days of Christmas. What we're planning to do with 12 Days of Christmas is still to edit it up. We'll probably, what I think we're gonna do is I'm gonna have Cherry edit the 12 Days of Christmas thing into a giant Christmas movie that we're gonna release at the beginning of December this year to hype up 12 Days of Christmas 2023. We release it at the beginning of December, day one of, like, first day of December, and it's like all of the interesting stuff that happened all put together into sort of like a Christmas movie special. Release it on December 1st, and hype everyone up to join this year's 12 Days of Christmas, that starts on the 14th of December. Yeah, that would be cool. Ugh, sorry, I had to burp. Thanks, COVID. COVID also causes a fair amount of gas and burping. So if any of you guys have had, like, a lot of burping that you've been dealing with, if you've had COVID or anything like that, it causes that too. Because I've been, every time I eat, I'm, like, burping for 15 minutes later. Every time I take a sip of water, I have to burp afterwards. It's like, bro, what the hell? Just Valerie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It's very... Can you burp on command? I had to burp there, but yeah, I can burp on command. But yeah, Just Valerie, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Said, good afternoon, Zan in chat. Hope you have yourself some nice cold medicine, Zan. I got work today. Oh, wait, I already read your dono. Well, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. We're at 120 out of 300. Listen, guys, I'm just saying, you know, if you guys want to, if you guys want to donate, you can always, hit the buttons, it's always there. You can always do that. It's always an option. It's always a path you could take. All right. Let's bring up the relevant tweets. Oh boy. We got some stuff to talk about. Oh wait, did you guys see this as well? ChudLogic's editor saying that he's praying that COVID kills me. So this is DK editing. This is ChudLogic's editor, who's a neo-Nazi. I blocked him, but he's got the new word that Nazis use to call themselves, so people don't think they're Nazis. Paleocon. It's what Nick Fuentes calls himself. Nick Fuentes calls himself a Paleocon as well. So yeah, this Drift King editor guy is like a graper. He's like a full-on Nazi dude, and he's ChudLogic's editor. And he's used the thumbnails and titles, which he creates for ChudLogic's videos, that talk about pretty much anything to do with me, to spread some of the most deranged misinfo you can imagine. In fact, before DJ Mule made his hit piece video on me that spread all those horrible lies about like the abusive situation I was in with my ex, it was actually ChudLogic and DK who came out in support of my abusive ex, calling me a liar and pushing a lot of the same things that DJ Mule said. So I really don't have a positive opinion of these people, but I just randomly tweeted like COVID update and listed an update about how my COVID was doing. He quote tweets me saying, praying long COVID takes this motherfucker out. And I quote tweet him saying, ChudLogic's editor praying for my death, make sure to report before he deletes it. And I'm also going to just, he is wishing death on me, which is of course against Twitter TOS. So here's a link to my quote tweet there, and you guys know what to do. Gonna wish death on me while I have COVID? Go fuck yourself. You're gonna lose your platform. Alright. Let me bring up the meme stuff. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright. Everyone. A lot has happened while I have been away from YouTube, not streaming, trying to recover from my COVID. And one of those things has been pretty much the entire online left. Not the entire online left, but a significant amount of the online left just turning against Keffals and deciding to wage an online war against her and try to deplatform her, sending harassment, death threats, spreading lies and misinformation, slander, all of the usual stuff, right? Now, I've talked about cancellations like this a lot. I have. I've talked about a lot of creators in the space who I'm friends with who've gotten canceled over dumb bullshit like this, but Keffals' community is very large and does consist of a lot of people who are left-wing that I don't think are very aware of some of the more toxic negative tendencies of the left, because so much of Keffals' content and community prior was focused on nothing but dunking on the right. And so now there's this sort of like misunderstanding, I think, between Keffals and her audience, mostly from her audience, as to why Keffals would be so upset about what's happening right now. And I've seen a lot of Keffals fans who seem to believe that Keffals is going too far or overreacting to some of the stuff that's happening, but I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a, I guess, an insight from my perspective of what I've seen from the outside looking in, a little bit of personal experience I've had, and then a little bit of my own, like, objective analysis of this tendency, okay? So let's start. When I began doing this whole, like, left-tube streaming, doing left-wing political content thing, I thought that the community that was BreadTube, because that's what it was being called at that time, like, that was the, oh, BreadTube is rising, BreadTube's blowing up, right? I genuinely thought, my young, naive, 19-year-old self legitimately thought BreadTube was essentially going to be the based, non-cringe, horrible, non-like bigoted, like left-wing alternative to like the anti-SJW cringe Gamergate community, right? You see, if you look back at like the anti-SJW community, and you even look at it now, right? Because we're in pretty much like tier 2 of that, all these right-wing pundits and figures are all friends. They're all talking about the same shit, spreading the same lies, spreading the same like propaganda and bullshit. They're this really tight-knit, hardcore, very, they're like bricks, like building up into a wall. They're a very solid movement of propaganda that's being pushed through the internet, right? Like a nice bricked up, hard, compacted shit, right? The left is more like diarrhea. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. The right is like a constipated shit, and the left is like diarrhea. You see, the left, well, it isn't exactly like a polar opposite, but you know, just as like tight-knit and on top of things as the anti-SJW community. Everyone here in the BreadTube sphere hates each other. In fact, most figures in the BreadTube sphere, I honestly don't even think are good people, just based on the stuff that I've seen from them. So not only is it like, we don't get along, but also there's a shit ton of genuinely bad people in this space who use their progressive politics to mask out how bad of a person they are to their audience, and people expect you to respect them. They expect you to respect them for their politics and what they say, despite them being a horrible person, fundamentally, especially to you. This has happened to me many times. So, the online left, unfortunately, as it stands now, has no chance of becoming like a left-wing version of the massive social push that the right had with their propaganda online. This will be known as Xander Hall shit theory. True. Like, the left has not been able to emulate this and, like, turn it into something positive, to fight fire with fire. And the reason for this is that there has been a very predictable, constantly proving itself to be correct pattern that occurs whenever a popular lefty figure blows up, okay? Now, there are 3 ways that this goes, all right? I'm gonna bring up paint really fast, all right? We're gonna analyze this, okay? So let's say you are a lefty. Wow, okay. You are a lefty figure, all right? This is you. Actually, we'll say this is Keffals, okay? I'm not good at drawing stick figures, so here we go. Here's hair, and here's Keffals, just like, oh, I'm gonna start streaming. I'm gonna start doing left-wing political content, okay? That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna have fun doing it. I'm gonna be dunking on right-wingers. Hold on, let's animate it. I'm gonna make left-wing political content, and I'm gonna be dunking on right-wingers, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna be having all sorts of fun. We're gonna call conservatives the R slur, and everyone's gonna laugh at them, and we're gonna be able to turn fire against fire, and it's gonna be awesome. You know, maybe not everybody will agree with it, not everybody will like it, but you know, people are smart, people are mature, they can recognize that not everything is for them, and you know, they can just, you know, they just don't have to watch the content if it's not for them, right? You know, yeah, right. Okay, so that's basically the mindset of your average lefty figures starting out, right? And usually, they'll get a lot of positive affirmation, a lot of positive affirmation from dunking on the right. Let's draw that little... Holy shit, that came out looking surprisingly good. I've never drawn an elephant before. That came out looking really good. Like, okay. Yeah, okay. Like, throwing... you get a lot of positive response throwing rocks at the right when you start making your content, right? But eventually, something is going to happen. What if you say, for example, throw a rock at that elephant that's shaped like an R? What if the rock was just a chiseled out R, and you just tossed it at the conservatives, right? Well, now a few people who were once giving you positive affirmation for your dunking on the right and your advocacy for these good political positions, suddenly they're mad. They are not happy with you. They may have any range of responses, okay? This could range from, I'm disappointed, I wish you'd do better, I'm so disappointed in you, oh, I just want you to do better, to, I can't believe you do this, I regret giving you money ever, I can't believe I ever supported you. Like, it can be anywhere inside of that, like, spectrum of, like, people getting mad at you, but the core of what happens here, at least from the perspective of a political content creator, is that you realize, oh no, the left is not a space that is okay with just looking past content that they don't like. You make the realization that even if you have quite a few people in your fan base and just generally in the space behind you that support you, you now have a whole lot of angry people that were once fans of you, many of them which have a strong parasocial relationship with you and thus have a strong sense of entitlement that you should behave a certain way they like. I love that you're fucking talking about these people like their children keep doing it. It's really good. I like how we're doing this, like, animation type thing that I'm doing live on stream. I'm enjoying it. But you'll start to realize, oh shit, my community is fracturing. I've built my platform dunking on the right because that's what I'm concerned about, and made one small mistake that people in my audience disagree with, and now I'm being asked to either change what I like, the content I make and what I want to do, or keep doing what I want to do and continue to get hate. And so you have two options. You can acquiesce to the hate mob, okay? If you acquiesce to the hate mob, this is who you become. This is my best thought slime I can draw, okay? You become thought slime. You start apologizing. Sorry for saying nanners. You become thought slime. You cater to this audience, the people who want to basically determine what is and is not allowed to be a person or an advocate for the left. You acquiesce to them, and you start basically bending and apologizing for every single perceived misdeed that you do, and it turns you into a quivering little simp. Which really is, like, I cannot imagine how miserable Thought Slime must be with, like, the lack of creative freedom he has after, like, the amount of, like, they've literally just completely sanitized any level of, like, character from their content, I feel like. I watched their DMT video and their Minecraft video, and I honestly think those videos were too edgy for them to have made today. Anyway, the other option is the Lindsay Ellis option, okay? The Lindsay Ellis option is basically where well, you realize that you're never going to please the people on the left who are attacking you, and you just quit. You just straight up quit. That's what Lindsay Ellis did. She was canceled for saying that that one Disney movie or whatever was a lot like Avatar, and was called racist for it, harassed and canceled so much that she was bullied off of the internet, had actual physical health problems, like I think she said she was shitting blood from the stress. She was having stomach ulcers, which are really bad, and it was causing Lindsay Ellis severe mental stress, and she quit YouTube, which of course the people celebrated. The people who canceled her celebrated that she quit YouTube. They still talk about how much of a win it was to get her to quit YouTube to this day. They consider losing an advocate for left-wing politics to be a good thing if they don't like that person. This isn't about politics to them. It's about people they personally hate and want to utilize politics to try and justify their hatred of. And the final option is the way that Keffals is going in this scenario, the way that I went, and the way that Vosh went. It's where you just say, who the fuck cares? There's absolutely nothing you can do to stop these people from getting mad at you, okay? Even if you do apologize, even if you do try to be better, there will always be some percentage of these people who continue on believing that you are some horrible person. They will go on Twitter and they will get multi-thousand like posts spreading those lies about you, and it will cause you demonstrable and very clear harm to your online presence. There is nothing to be gained from acquiescing to these people. They don't hate you because of your politics. They don't disagree with you politically. They hate you as a person. They hate you because of your success. They hate you because of your face. They hate you because of your giant cock. And they're trying to use politics as a justification to hate you, right? And I think that's what's basically happening in most cases here. So, the best thing you can do is honestly just say, fuck it. You say you drink a big dose of fuck it all, and you say retard on stream, and you don't care if these people are going to get upset at you. However, I would like to add an extra caveat. For those of you guys who aren't aware, the drama that's happened most recently was Keffals using the R slur. Now, let me give you guys my take on the R slur, okay? I think it's generally bad, okay? Like the South Park guy. But not always. That's my take. You see, when I use a word, there are two different, like, when it comes to slurs in particular, there are like two different, like, tiers or reasons for why you may not use a slur, right? On one level, it can be personal pride. Maybe you genuinely just don't like a slur because it doesn't make you feel it makes you feel a certain way. That's not good, right? Like anybody here, like, you don't even need to be part of that group, but you just hear a certain slur and you're just like, I don't like that one. I don't like hearing that one. I don't like saying that one. I don't even want to say it. Like, there's certain slurs for me that are like that. I don't think the R slur is one of them. It's not one of those slurs that I genuinely feel gross or like I'm a bad person when I say it. It doesn't feel wrong to say. However, there is another position, and this is the one that I think matters more, and that's consequentialism. All right? What matters a lot is the consequences of what you say and what you do. If I'm on stream and I just make a joke where the butt of the joke is, we're like, I'm just making a joke, and the joke is that I say the R slur. That's the joke. That's why it's supposed to be funny. Then really the only thing that's accomplishing is potentially upsetting and offending people in chat who are neurodivergent who have been called that before because they're neurodivergent. All I'm achieving there, most likely, is hurting the feelings of some good people in my audience. I don't think that's arguable. However, I think that there's a point where you can do a fairly reasonable cost-benefit analysis in your head in like 2 seconds as to whether or not it's really that big a deal. Just say dumbass. It's not hard. It's not ticking hard. Stop using excuses. Oh my god. Somebody in chat just told me to say dumbass instead of the R slur and said ticking instead of fucking. Okay, you understand what I mean now, right, guys? That the people who will get mad about this type of thing to that level are the same type of people who, like, don't say swear words. Who say frickin' instead of fuck. Okay, listen. Listen, okay? Listen. I understand, alright? What I care about is the actual outcomes of what I say and do. If good people who are innocent and are and have been targeted for their being neurodivergent and have had that insult used against them are like, if they are more hurt than any conceivable good could be done by me saying it, then typically I don't say it. That's my thought process behind it, right? Like, if I had the opportunity to call Ben Shapiro the R slur in front of a massive crowd, I would do it in a heartbeat, and I would not apologize, and I'd do it again. Because there's no universe in which the amount of harm caused by me saying it to Ben Shapiro in front of a massive audience outweighs the amount of good that is caused by there now being a clip of a lefty calling Ben Shapiro a retard in front of a giant audience. There's also the use of it referentially, which I think is like... I don't think that using the word to refer to the word is as bad, but yeah. And then, of course, there's the other like argument that I see people use where it's like, what are the words we use to describe stupid people now? Well, I guess stupid's one of them. I think it's dumb, idiot, stupid, lame. There's just a lot of words, smooth brain. There's just a lot of words that, like, we use completely nincompoop. A lot of words we use completely normally, and completely slow even, yeah. I mean, the R slur literally is just another word for slow. Like, fire retardant is something that slows down the spread of fire. Like, so the term retarded is literally just a meaner way of saying slow. So, essentially, when we get into the mud about arguing against its use as an insult towards people's intelligence outside of any circumstance involving neurodivergence, it really feels like we are... Or to delay, thank you. It really feels like we're sort of taking away one of the most common ways to criticize somebody's opinion and what they believe irreverently that exists online. Like, when you call someone dumb or stupid or dumbass online, you look angry. You look angry. You look offended. You look mad. When you say, whatever, retard, you're not only making them look stupid, but you're also looking disaffected. You don't really care. You're not triggered. And the right has always relied heavily on the left being triggered. And that's why some of the most popular lefty figures to blow up in the last couple years have been lefty figures that break the mold of stereotypical lefties, who are a little more edgy, who like to argue with right-wingers, who get loud and yell and insult and say words that the online left gets really pissy about, right? Now, many of you may be thinking, like, okay, well, why don't the people who have a problem with, say, Keffals saying the R slur to conservatives in her videos, why don't they just not watch Keffals? I mean, she's objectively doing good for the trans community and for, like, the left overall with her content, so, like, maybe it's just not for them. Why don't they just move on? Well, there's a number of reasons why. So first of all, we've got this group of people here, and we're actually going to expand on the story of this group of people here. You see, these angry, spiteful motherfuckers are basically, there's multiple groups of these people, right? Let's break this up into, like, 3 slices. This isn't as many slices as there are, but this should roughly do it. Let's say you've got people who... So these are the people who are upset at you, all right? But it's, you know, you can't really tell when you're getting canceled. You've got like a big cancellation mob at you, going after you. It can be easy to see them all as one giant monolith, right? Like, oh, I've just got a bunch of people trying to cancel me, just a bunch of people trying to like destroy me, right? However, I think it's important to analyze the variance in the people that are going after you, right? Let's look at, the woke scold pie. So you've got different types of people here. So the first is like your classic woke scolds. These are people who are just abusive pieces of shit who've probably always hated you and never liked you and have finally found a way to get some clicks on Twitter by calling you a racist or bigot or whatever it may be. The woke scolds will always find a way to butt into the rest of this pie. The other group are ex-fans with a strong parasocial relationship, okay? These are people who were probably fans of you and liked you and had a very certain idea of who you were in their mind, or felt a very strong entitlement to you, and now that your content is going in a place they don't like, or your takes are going in a place that you don't, or whatever it may be, they feel insulted, like you've taken something from them, and they're upset about it. It's a very common form of entitlement that you get sometimes as a YouTuber from your audience. But yeah, that's basically this audience, this sort of part of the pie. My headset turned off and turned back on for a second. That's weird. And the final group is possibly the most annoying part. And these are the people who don't care about the left or its political policies succeeding. These are the people who see the left entirely as a social club and just want to find a way to tear down a new popular lefty figure who's making these ideas more popular because they want to feel like a special snowflake online for having better political opinions than the average person. Because I will admit, there is a certain level of, like, smuggery that you can let you get to live in as a lefty online, seeing that the vast majority of people on the internet are wrong and stupid and you're correct, and they're, like, objectively... Like, their view of the world is objectively inferior to yours, and you know it on a factual basis because you research these things, and they don't. Like, it's definitely, like, a little bit empowering to know that. However, these people despise you, and they don't want you to be spreading the ideals of the online left, because they care more about the left being a special little, you know, thing, right? But then finally, you've got one other group that basically commands all of these people, okay? It's like this is a giant, like, crystal ball, you know? And you've got, like, a wizard here, okay? Here, let's draw Saruman. Trust me, guys, it'll come out looking good. Gotta get his big, bushy eyebrows. There we go. Here's Saruman, okay? He's got his Palantir. He's pondering his orb. Pondering his pie, okay? Wait, where's his... We gotta give it... Well, Saruman doesn't have a hat, but he has long hair. So we'll give... Here is Saruman commanding them all. No, in all seriousness, kind of commanding all of these people, or in sort of a way, rallying them, in a sense, are the woke scold content creators. Obviously... Thought Slime is one of these people, Thought Slime being the person who has spread multiple, potentially career-ending lies about me in the past that he is... I think Thought Slime recently doubled down on the sex cult thing. I believe Keffals, like, replied to one of their posts about lying about me having a sex cult, and they replied angrily that they... Yeah, so they're still doubling down on that. Thought Slime's lying and saying that he's apologized for it? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's never apologized for it. Certainly not to me. I have not gotten anywhere near an apology from Thought Slime. I would love one, though. I would love a full, like, taking back and admitting to what he did. I would love if he made like a Twitter video where he says, back in 2020, I accused a guy who is literally like a decade younger than me of running a sex cult with no evidence because I was jealous of him, and he was a young man with a promising future that I wanted to try to stop before it got too big for me to stop, and so I spread some really defaming lies about him, but it didn't really work out for me as I wanted it to, so I'm sorry, everybody. If he made that video, I would be thrilled. Yeah, I think he apologized to his audience for saying that, like, I guess sex cult was hyperbole, but, like, everything else he said was still a lie. Like, there was no sex cult, and there was no abuse or whatever. Like, I don't know. They alluded to a they haven't apologized, trust me. Anyway, yeah, so just to give you an idea, these are people who may hate you because they don't like you as a fellow content creator, they're jealous of you, they don't like you as a person, or maybe they're just assholes, but they have large audiences on the left of people that they've that are just like the cancel crowd, the cancel crowd essentially, that they've kowtowed to, that they can now weaponize against the figures that they dislike. This has happened time and time and time and time and time and time again. Over and over. Over and fucking over, it keeps happening. Happens to Vosh, happened to me, happened to Demon Mama, happened to Keffals. It happens to everyone who starts a left-wing platform and gains any level of prominence. They're hit with a choice of 3 roads. Leave the internet, say fuck it and do your own thing, and just endure the hate, because that's how it's going to be, or acquiesce to them and live in a non-stop cycle of torture for having to apologize for every perceived mistake you make, and having essentially no more creative freedom in the way that you attack these horrific right-wing policies that are being pushed by billionaire propagandists who, instead of being attacked by fellow right-wingers, are being offered $50 million contracts to spread their right-wing narrative to others. So, like, yeah. The most recent right-wing infighting happened because one conservative offered another conservative a $50 million contract, and the other conservative said, that's slavery. That is the state of right-wing political propaganda. They fight over being insulted that one would give the other tens of millions of dollars to push the right. Like, that is how much money they have. That is how dishonest they are. That is how much of a fucking massive empire business it is. It's a business. It's not a movement. It's a business. The left is a movement. And it doesn't function like a business, which is why it's so goddamn miserable. The right is actually kind of fun to be on. Like, lefties will usually say it's miserable being a right-winger, but it's... I mean, being a right-winger is miserable in the sense that the things that lead you to being a right-winger tend to be miserable, but, like, being in right-wing social spaces is fun when you are a conservative. You are, like, generally accepted and affirmed if you're in the right social space with, like, the right people, like, that are your friends and everything. Like, you're not generally going to find yourself getting canceled over the smallest disagreement or whatever, right? On the left, you expect to lose friendships nonstop. I lost a good friendship yesterday. I blocked Merrick. But yeah, it's like this kind of stuff, like you just got to accept the fact that there's never going to be like a steady, no drama, no like fallings out kind of community here, because everybody is kind of trying to eat each other up. You've got people who want to be friends with everybody, and then you've got people who like want to destroy certain other people, and it's like, yeah. If you lose a friendship over a disagreement, it was never really a friendship, it was a transactional relationship. No, I think that's extremely stupid. Now, I think that's legitimately some of the most cuck shit I've ever heard. People who say that shit are the type of people who have no respect for themselves. Stop, literally, oh god. I fucking, please, have enough respect for yourself to realize that you do not have to stay in a friendship that you do not enjoy. If a friend does something that upsets you and hurts you, you are not an asshole for not being comfortable being friends with them anymore, okay? Have some fucking respect for yourself. Like, you are allowed to be upset that somebody hurt you, okay? And you are not the asshole if you decide to end that friendship, okay? what happened with you and Merrick. I woke up from my little COVID fever the other day, and I got on Twitter, and the first thing I saw was her talking about how she had appeared and collaborated with not DJ Mule, FD Signifier on his new video that ended up mostly, or at least in large part, being a hit piece on me and Vosh and like the debate bros and stuff. He kind of subtly backed up the DJ Mule allegations and whatnot, and everything. And Merrick kind of like went on there to argue with FD Signifier as to, you know, in defense of the debate brosphere, but it just ended up being her going on to collaborate essentially with a guy who has not only a history of spreading lies and hate about me and Vosh and a lot of her other friends, but has shown no, you know, sign of being a honest enough person to want to change his mind. Of course, he puts out that video, and I'm now getting shit from, like, people believing the DJ Mule allegations again. And so, I see all of that, and I reply to Twitter, or to Merrick's post about it, like, so you collabed with a video that spread lies about me? And I was just asking, like, what happened, right? And she immediately gets super defensive. But in, like, not defensive, actually, she gets offensive, I should say. She gets very, she goes to, on the, oh yeah, also FD Signifier is literally friends with DJ Mule, this is very well known, so, like, yeah, basically, yeah, she goes on, like, the aggro on me, and I'm like, listen, I just feel like it's not unreasonable for me to be a little off-put by you collabing with him when, you know, he's literally, like, part of that entire community that's tried to destroy me. Like, can you understand why I'd be upset? And then she called me a dickhead, and then I blocked her. So yeah, basically, like, I just don't like the idea of having to be okay with people. I don't like the idea of me having to be okay with my friends associating with people that take the side of my abusive ex. Think about it like this. Imagine a woman has an abusive ex, and then her friend is still friends, her friend is friends with a guy who defends and believes the abusive ex and thinks the abusive ex was in the right, and that girl is upset about that friendship and doesn't want to have that friendship anymore. Is that unreasonable? No, it's not. You literally, it's one of those switch the genders thing and it all makes sense. Like, oh, wait, holy shit, yeah, people do tend to be a little sensitive about their friends being cool with people that think their abusive exes are okay people, that were in the right. Yeah, that is a little bit of a, yeah. Bro, what the fuck was Merrick on? I think she just got way too over-defensive. Yeah. I think Merrick's issue, and it's not even an issue, I guess it is in this space, is that I think she doesn't want to be, like, a conflict figure. She wants to be reasonable and, like, friendly with everybody, at least friendly with as many people as she can be. But this usually will just end up resulting in trying to be friendly with people that are not good people, that have tried to fuck over your friends in really fucked up ways, and that's gonna make you lose friends. Like, especially if you don't react in a understanding way to your friend feeling a little uncomfortable with it. I saw the premiere. She tried to defend Zan. She said he's the reason she survived her cancellation. Yeah, I think, I may be wrong, but I think when Keffals, or not Keffals, when, Merrick got her first, like, cancellation, it was over some bullshit. I helped her out with, dealing with it, but that was a while ago. And I'm saying this is a black, autistic, cis-adjacent woman. The weird automatic hate for all cishet white debate streamers is a bit much. Well, it's not even that. It's I think, like, even now, like, Demon Mama and Keffals get the same thing, and they're trans. Obviously, I think it's more so, like, the more... I think you probably have less work to worry about the more marginalized groups you're a part of from the left, right? Like, you will still get woke scold shit, you will still get tons of hate, but you'll get less the more marginalized groups you're a part of, unironically, but it won't protect you entirely. Like, you can be POC, trans, LG, like, you can be queer and, like, disabled enough to be in a wheelchair, and you will still get shit and hate from the left, okay? However, you will probably get less than, say, a cis white straight dude who does the same exact content. Just because, like, certain things look a certain way coming out of certain people to people on the left, right? Possibly one of my favorite examples of this, like, deranged cancellation attempts has to be what they tried to do to Shark the other day. Let me see if I can find it. It was really disgusting what they tried to do to Shark 300. How long ago was it? Jesus Christ. Did I miss it? Was it like yesterday? Oh, okay, my COVID brain fog. The one thing that I'm really getting, like, that my COVID brain fog has, like, caused the most issue with is the, Oh, the tweet got taken down! Okay, it got taken down. Tweet was deleted by tweet author. It had thousands of likes, though. Okay, we gotta find a screenshot of this tweet. We gotta find a screenshot of this tweet. Oh, did you guys also see that my anti-fans have gotten themselves a new label? I feel like this is also, it ties in well to, like, the cancellation and woke skull topic. My haters now have a new label they call themselves, Slanderholics. Because they openly, like, are okay with lying about me. Like, they don't lie about lying about me. Like, they're open about the fact that they're down to spread as much misinfo and, like, slander about me as possible, and so they proudly call themselves Slanderholics because slandering me is based and cool to them, right? So to be clear, these are not people who see me as, like, someone warranting any respect. These are not people I should ever listen to the criticism of, okay? Sounds like some DGG shit. Some of them were probably DGGers. I mean, it's a very honest title, though. I mean, they're admitting, like, literally in the title, like, my haters, literally in the title of their name that they call themselves, they have slander in there so that they can, like, they're denoting that they're slanderers. It's very nice. Okay, let me see if I can find the tweet. This is my favorite interaction. So here you have a picture of a meme title that Keffals did, Hogwarts Legacy, 1 death equals 1 slur challenge. It was just her playing Raft. She didn't play Hogwarts Legacy. And this person says, I thought this wasn't real at first, but turns out it is. And this person replies, she's literally just playing Raft and talking to chat. Blocked. Listen, these people will run screaming away from you when met with the truth, okay? They're very scared of it. Let's see, can I find the... Where's the... Okay, here it is. Okay. So here's somebody who edited the, Here's somebody who edited the text as a meme of what the original tweet said, that the person posted, but... they did it because that's what they did. So basically, this person named Silly Lesbian PhD posts a inspect element. Like, you ever use inspect element and you can, like, change text on screen? They used inspect element to make a tweet, that a fake Shark 300 tweet. And the tweet says as follows. I'm not reading this out loud, but you guys can see it. It's basically, they faked a tweet where Shark is saying that he is a sex offender, which of course he is not. And then this person changed the text of this person's... In the actual tweet, this person said, like, interesting that you said this, or something like that. But this person edited the text to say, you know, something else, like, good job, Shark, or whatever. But yeah. Basically, that post had like thousands of likes, and it was a big account pushing the idea, like literally a screenshot they faked, trying to claim that Shark is a pedo. So to be clear, by the way, a lot of the hate, or the haters that have been going after me, Vosh, Demon Mama, etc., one of their go-to responses has been, yes, you should kill yourself for saying the R slur. So Keffals has tweeted, like, lefties will literally tell you should kill yourself. Like, you should tell you that you literally deserve to die and that you should kill yourself for saying the R slur. And they all quote tweeted her and were like, yep, we do think you should kill yourself. Please kill yourself. Thousands of likes. Literal, like, lefty trans accounts quote tweeting Keffals, a trans woman, telling her to kill herself for saying the R slur. That is a shit ton of the posts we've been seeing. These are people who want to either have you dead. A lot of them want you dead. Like, if a lot of these woke skull types want me dead, I've gotten I've gotten more death threats from lefties in my entire time doing this than I ever have from conservatives. Far more death threats from lefties than conservatives. Absolutely. Without a doubt. I've had lefties send me pictures of their guns, telling me they're gonna shoot me. Like woke skull accounts with little anime profile pictures, hammer and sickle, and a trans flag in the bio, right? These are the people that are going after you. Now, privately, they'll tell you kill yourself. They'll tell you that they want to destroy your life and everything. But publicly, they'll try to make it look like they're just canceling you for being a racist, horrible person. But they never specify why you're a racist, horrible person. They just kind of, just call you that, right? And people who want to believe it because they hate you will jump on board with it, and it'll get a lot of traction. And the goal, here's the goal. We gotta, get to the thesis here. Why do they do this? What is the goal? What is their prerogative? What is their, objective? Their objective is to make it so that your reputation precedes you. You see, if you can make a lie, a really bad negative lie, about a popular growing figure spread faster than that figure can grow, you can stop that figure from growing. And so, what the online left, the woke skull side of the online left will do, is essentially repeatedly push the same lies, regardless of how strongly they've been completely debunked, such as the sex cult allegations, the DJ Mule thing, all that shit. They will just keep repeating them until enough people that don't know better fall for it, and now they have a default negative opinion of you and will never give you a chance. Their goal is to prevent your career from ever growing further. It's sort of like trying to apply a sort of pesticide. And the reason they want to do this is to keep the left from growing, or from personal, personal hatred of you. I think that most of these people are subhuman and not really worth even the slightest bit of care. There's a reason why I do not, apologize for pretty much anything the woke scolds or anyone on the left gets mad at me for anymore, because even if I do apologize for something that's kinda iffy, I will in some way be providing ammo and validation to those people, and don't do that. So basically, for those of you who are unaware why I or Vosh or Keffals or anybody else goes super hard against these woke scold types, it's because their goal is to either kill us through enough harassment and whatnot that we eventually commit suicide, which isn't going to work, or to destroy our careers so we can't do YouTube anymore. And guess what? Guess what happens once they dox you, and they've now filled the internet with lies about you being, I don't know, a pedophile, a rapist, a racist, a yada yada, and you go try to get a normal job. They're not only trying to destroy your online career, they're trying to destroy any ability for you to get a normal job if they do succeed at destroying your online career. Because then when they Google your name, they'll just see nothing but people calling you racist, right? That's happened to people before who've had trouble getting jobs because of lies that have spread about them when they're a YouTuber. And they're ex-YouTubers now. Why do they call Keffals racist? What did she do? I think Keffals said that to troll some of the woke scold accounts on Twitter, to make pit crew avatar accounts and pretend to be haters of her and act super deranged, because it'd be funny. And she said also make your, like, pick crew black and have, like, neo-pronouns in there, so if anybody accuses you of, being a troll, you can call them racist and, transphobic. It's very funny. And it really, really upsets them. It upsets the fuck out of them. So yeah, keep doing shit like that, Keffals. I respect it. Fuck these people. Alright, I gotta go piss. I'll be right back. Hassan cameo. Ah. Feels good. That was a good segment. What do you guys think of that one? How do you guys like that segment? I'm curious. I wonder what my viewership's at. The view count on my restream crashed, so I have to close restream and reopen it so I can see how many viewers we have. Curious, how many people are watching? How many people are tuning in to my first stream back from my little COVID break I had to take? Holy shit, almost 500 people! What the fuck? Hell yeah! Welcome, everybody! I didn't know I had that many people watching. I thought I had like 300 people watching. I didn't know I had like 500. Good to have you all here. Thank you for being with me. I appreciate it. Tesseraction, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. How many months was that? I don't want to undercredit you. Was that a 10 or would that be 24? DK's tweet is down. Did he delete it or did it get taken down? This tweet violated the Twitter rules. Lamau, we got him. Nice. His account is locked too? Yeah, let's go, dude. Fuck him. Let's go. Maybe the guy will actually touch a vagina with his little sabbatical he has to take from Twitter. I don't know if there's a groiper on Earth that wants to touch a pussy. All Nick Fuentes fans are gay. It is true. And as a homophobe, I can't stand for that. Okay, Tesseraction. Tesseraction. How many months is that? It's a 3-month, but my old sub disappeared for some reason. Oh, well, I don't think it... I think it would have just expired, because it might have been a month. But yeah, thank you for the 2-month sub. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Let me, bring up the... One second. It takes a minute to load. There we go. $24. Thank you. That is extremely kind of you. That is a very, very kind dono. Thank you, thank you. Liz Falling Up, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. You didn't even say anything. Based, thank you. And Sophie with the $5 donation. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. It helps a lot. Says, for the quail babies. Certainly. I'm so fucking excited, guys. I'm so excited to raise the quail. Holy shit. Guys, I think I might be doing a bit more than just quail, too. Like, I've been really getting it, like, ever since my, like, dedication to the quail thing, I've been watching more stuff about quail and just sort of learning more interesting stuff. And I found some other cool things that I can do as sort of projects that I think will be neat. One of them is bottle beekeeping. Do you guys know what bottle beekeeping is? I assume there's bees in Seattle? No? They don't have bees in the Pacific Northwest? This might not work if they don't have bees up there, but... I like this guy's video that kind of explains some of the basics of why bottle beekeeping goes hard. Check out how cool this shit is.
Friends, in this video I will tell you about my experience of breeding bees in a plastic bottle. I believe that using this novel beekeeping technique, each of us will be able to provide our family with high-quality honey, bee bread, pollen, royal jelly, drone milk, propolis, and other beekeeping products. This is a natural, almost non-contact way of beekeeping in a transparent beehive. Therefore, you'll be able to monitor the life of your bees and they won't sting you. Moreover, you'll be able to start living in the comfort of your own bee therapy house.
So this is the setup I want to do. This guy literally has a setup where he is a bee aquarium, essentially. If he shuts that door, the bees, like that window, the bees can't get in. The bees go in through a hole and are in a transparent plastic hive inside your house, but they can't get out to be in your house. They're like, you're completely safe. You have to watch them, and it's inside your house so you can climate control properly for them. Way easier. Microplastic honey? Nope. This is way safer than using wood.
With a lifestyle in conditions of continuous apitherapy, improving health and prolonging life for your loved ones and yourself. Unlike traditional beekeeping, my method is very inexpensive, doesn't require deep knowledge in beekeeping, and best of all, consumes minimal free time for this trade. And all this is for the sake of a purpose, which I will reveal at the end of the video. Experts assert that the most difficult thing in agriculture is animal husbandry, and the most difficult thing in animal husbandry is beekeeping. To get bees and try yourself in traditional beekeeping, you will need to invest a lot of money, time, and effort. And according to statistics, your apiary will most likely die within a year or two. You will need to build or buy beehives, beehive frames with wax foundation, a honey extractor, wax press, queen excluder,
So he's describing like the traditional beekeeping method and how much of a pain in the dick it tends to be.
smoker, feeders, specialized clothing, and a long list of other needed supplies. It is impossible to be a beekeeper with an apiary consisting of only one bee colony, so your expenses will start from around $10,000, and only a few beekeepers will be likely to recapture this investment. All bees in apiary can die at any time, even if a beekeeper is an experienced professional. They can be poisoned unintentionally or on purpose, they can get infected by multiple diseases, or they can be killed by abnormal weather conditions. The risks are abundant. After a couple of years, you will acquire a huge store of knowledge, and according to statistics, most likely give up this occupation. Under such conditions, a gamble with an apiary is possible only out of ignorance. However, beekeeping...
Oh, I've also beekeeped before, for those of you guys that don't know. Me and my grandma did some pretty hardcore beekeeping when I was a kid, so this is something I've got a pretty good amount of experience in.
In a bottle is real beekeeping, not a honey hunting. In addition, your initial investment is minimal. The bottle is free, while the bee frames...
We did not do it in bottles, though. We did not do it in bottles, and if you, like, when you use a normal, yeah, we were in Florida, like, it is easy. You just get a bee box, some frames with wax, like, the wax, like, combs already set up in there for them to build on, and you just put some wet coffee grounds out for the bees, and wet coffee grounds will attract them. Put a, like, plate of wet coffee grounds right outside the hole, and that brings the bees. Trust me, wet coffee grounds attracts bees like no one's business. Get a coffee filter, like, run the coffee through it, and then go set it outside for a while and watch as bees swarm it. It'll happen.
Wax foundation, honey extractor, and other equipment are not needed. However, after a year of such simplified beekeeping, you will receive your first honey, wax, as well as knowledge of the bee's life and the melliferous plants of your area. and then you can decide if you want to do this trade further without financial turmoil. It is going to be much easier and cheaper to develop a bottle apiary than a
Yeah, bees
traditional
do
one.
like coffee. Hey,
Perhaps over time, bottle beekeeping will turn out to be even more progressive than traditional one. It is also conceivable that you may transition to conventional beekeeping after gaining a few years of bottle beekeeping experience. In all honesty, both beekeeping methods can be used simultaneously at the same apiary. One beekeeping technique in no way excludes the other. It is from my experience that it is pretty easy to keep bees in large plastic kegs. Such a keg hive is similar to a natural tree hollow hive. However, a beekeeper can add honey supers to it, which dramatically simplifies the process of honey harvesting.
My favorite part is that look at the comb. The comb is so clean.
Since the bees are crawling on the mold, its spores can get into the honey.
So here's why he's describing why the plastic is better, because there's no mold. Here.
Growing on it. This is not a problem in the summer, but during wintering, a bee colony would evaporate tens of liters of water, which would then condense inside a natural tree hollow, in the hive's walls, or on wooden frames. The wood gets wet and inevitably gets darker from the fungus. Since the bees are crawling on the mold, its spores can get into the honey and bee bread. I would much rather avoid that. And I love the fact that after 2 years of keeping bees in unframed plastic bottles, I haven't noticed even trace of mold or mildew in them. Of course, the same amount of condensate appears in plastic hives as in a tree hollow. However, not only does it not absorb anywhere, but it also flows down the walls out of the bottle's neck, forming an icicle. This gives hope that mold cannot get into the honey, although I'm probably being overcautious about the whole thing. Bees are comfortable in such a transparent hollow, but pathogens and parasites are not. For example, a varroamite that has fallen off a bee would fall out through the neck cone, preventing...
I love his little, like, indoor kinda, like, bottle thing he had set up in his window. That's what I want. I want to be able to wake up in the morning and look over at my little transparent bee aquarium every morning. I want to wake up to the sound of bzz, 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 like every morning. That's what I want to hear. I like the sound of bees. It doesn't bother me. A lot of people get freaked out by the sound, but nah, I don't mind it. Honey is good for extracting moisture. I have to keep my honey separate from my strawberries or mix it all together in advance. Otherwise, the honey sucks out the water from the strawberry and makes my yogurt watery. Yeah, honey is very low on water. It's disinfectant as hell, and water generally tends to make things infect, you know? Like, removing water is the best way to preserve something. So honey has very little in it. Imagine getting a honey sponsor. Yeah, I get a honey.com sponsorship. That'd be cool. That'd be pretty dope. Well. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about when I say that COVID makes you burp. Wow. Whew, that was a big old burp. Hot damn. Oh geez, yeah, that's a COVID symptom. You burp like crazy when you've always been. No, this is different, okay? This is different, and it has been since the COVID started, okay? Whew. Do you watch the butt pooper video? She took your devil's advocate argument and presented it like your opinion. Is there a Brett Cooper video about me?
Welcome back to the...
Is it in her Hogwarts Legacy video? God, it's just the most garbage clickbait. My favorite thing about this is that she was astroturfed onto YouTube the same way Abby Shapiro was with the Daily Wire, and that she has this setup that looks like it's in her house or whatever, but it's a Daily Wire set. She's in the Daily Wire office, but because, like, people want to believe she, like, it doesn't come off as, like, genuine to have, like, a guy in a studio or a woman in a studio pushing politics to you, right? But if it's a lady just sitting at her computer in her bedroom, you know, she seems like she has less of an agenda, you know, less of a motive to lie or push an idea. But she's literally being paid by the Daily Wire, and you know, after what happened with Steven Crowder, we literally know what those contracts are like. Like, the contract is leaked. We know that this woman's just a shill who's been bought and paid for tens of millions with a contract. She's a completely astroturf figure. Like, okay, is this the video? Does she?
Before we attack each other and tear ourselves.
Does she have me in this video? What's the... Oh, she shows like 1 million tweets? Okay, maybe one of my tweets is in here, I guess? Okay. It's the Mr. Beast one? Oh, okay. That was like a week ago. I really don't care. Is this a timestamp?
We probably don't want it to change because you want to still be able to sit around and gripe and bitch about things. That's the point.
My favorite thing is when the conservatives who... Okay, these are conservatives who actively fight against every single push for there to be like a large, like, government-funded program to help people who are in bad situations medically, financially, in terms of finding a home, getting jobs, or getting education, all these things, right? Medicine, all that. These people fight insanely against it. This woman calls it communism. Mr. Beast, because he's a big popular figure and these people have to tie themselves to whatever is popular, because they have to... The way that these people fight the culture war is by tying themselves to a popular thing so that the popular thing's success translates to their own success. It's the same thing they did with Hogwarts Legacy. And I think the left kind of gave transphobes that. Like, the left not immediately just saying, like, no, you're not owning the transes by buying Hogwarts Legacy. Now it's like every transphobe gets to point to the success of Hogwarts Legacy as, like, the biggest own on trans people of all time, right? And the same way, they do this with, like, Mr. Beast, right? Yeah, Mr. Beast is one of us. Biggest YouTuber's one of us. That means we win. Because everything to these people is just a popularity contest. This is such a weak attempt at a hit piece. Clearly, she should have studied Season and Mule. I don't think she really covered me much. I think most of the video was about Vosh. This is not somebody who would ever actually do a debate, because we would just bring up, like, anytime she does a debate with anybody, they would just be able to bring up the Steven Crowder contract offer and just be like, so how much money are they paying you to sit in that studio that's made to look like you're in your, like, bedroom at home to talk about, like, to push their conservative party line? They're paying you tens of millions to talk about, while you act like you're just some girl on the internet having political takes of your own. Like, it's over. The second anyone brings that, like, we know of the Daily Wire contract. She's done. If she does a debate, it's done, dude. Yeah, they'd have to pay her for to engage in a debate, yeah. That was from the weed, not the COVID. Different kind of cough. It is weird, though, that, like, the cough that I get when I take a blinker is a different kind of cough from when I'm, like, the COVID cough. It's completely different. The weed cough's, like, here. The COVID cough is, like, here. I stopped smoking this week. I kind of quit vaping for, like, 2 days without realizing it, because of COVID. The first 2 days... when the chest tightness started, it was so rough on my lungs. Without even realizing it, I wasn't hitting my vape, and I was like, why do I feel so shit? I started to feel really shit, and I realized, wait, I'm going through nicotine withdrawals, and I'm dealing with COVID right now. Oh shit. So I decided to, like, basically force myself to take a few puffs of nicotine, because the nicotine withdrawals on top of COVID symptoms was not fun. I was taking double damage, and so I had to rebuff with my nicotine. Rebuff and fortify. Okay. Yeah, status effect. Sickness is the best time to quit, though? Not in my case, Jesus. Let's see. What to cover today? What is this? You know, we could probably... I honestly feel well enough that after this segment, I could probably do some Dead Space. Would you guys be down for that? Like a chapter, maybe, of Dead Space Remake? Little gaming after this? Hell yeah, okay. Alright. Alright. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, recently, particularly in the last few weeks, there's been a lot of talk about harassment directed at streamers in the online sphere, right? And something that stood out to me that I find very interesting is the blatant hypocrisy in the way that, like, the broader internet responds to these two different things. And I think it's important for us to look at it and look at why this is happening, okay? So, on the 1st of this month, so about 9 days ago, Dexerto posted this tweet saying, Pokimane revealed that she has a team who block accounts for her to avoid seeing hate on social media. And so let's go ahead and watch the clip. This clip went kind of viral, and if you've ever been on the internet before, you might be able to guess the reaction this clip got.
Biggest secrets that I'm gonna reveal right now, okay? I don't think I've revealed this before. So you say, like, your mute list is expanding. And here's the thing. My block list expands too. But here's the other thing. I'm not even the one blocking people. Like, if people say some weird shit in my replies, on God, 90% of the time, I don't see it. I have people on my account blocking people for me. And so when people are like, when they're like, oh my God, Pokimane blocked me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, it wasn't even me.
Not even the satisfaction of it having been her. That is pretty alpha. So, this is, and I'm just going to give my take here, objectively a smart and healthy idea. You see, a lot of you guys probably aren't content creators on the internet, but I'll give you guys a little bit of, why is my camera, like, constantly, like, uncentered? Okay. There is this... it's kind of spoken, but it's an unspoken rule, I guess, online, that if you are not a stone through which no blood can be drawn, then you will become a lolcow. You see, on the internet, you are always going to be bombarded with hate, harassment, and potentially mental health destroying, lies, allegations, rumors, and just really fucked up shit is going to happen to you online. However, if you show weakness to the internet, that alone starts to become justification morally to fuck with you further. How many times have you seen large, popular, public figures just say that it is basically morally justified to harass somebody because they responded to past harassment emotionally? And so now they're cringy, and being cringy makes you worth, like, engaging in harassment towards, right? The internet is full of people who were bullied in school, who now cannot be physically bullied anymore over the internet like they could back in school. So now they've become the bullies because they can project false bravado without actually having to back it up with any real size or ability to defend yourself or back up what you say. And so the internet is just a constant cycle of toxic, it's a toxic cesspool. This isn't a hot take. This is a very basic thing, right? And so you'll get tons of figures online. Some of them are bad people and deserve some of the shit that they get, but a lot of them are just silly or weird or cringy or over-emotional at times, or what people deem to be over-emotional. And that alone is enough for a large amount of the internet to agree this person deserves to be made into a public laughingstock, to have done to them things that realistically we had, like, if any of these people watched a movie where this happened to a character, they would empathize with that character and feel bad for them, because, you know, the internet saps us of our ability to see the other people online as people, so we have a hard time empathizing. But in real life, when watching a movie, or even watching a movie, yeah, you see it. You know, there's more humanity to that. You can empathize. People tend to be nicer and more kind in real life than they are on the internet. And I think it's because the internet saps away the humanity on both sides of the interactions, right? And so, as you can imagine, there was a wide response to this. I think this is based because, honestly, if you've got the resources to pay people to block people being, like, that are harassing you, like people that are only messaging you with the purpose of trying to upset you, blocking them online, that is seen as a weakness, but it is not wrong. When the internet pretends that, like, oh, you blocked a person who told you to kill yourself, you lost, like, no. Did you lose if you, like, walked away from the guy who, like, walked up to you in public and said that he eats shit and he wants you to try it? Does that mean you lost the interaction if you just say no and then walk away? But no, obviously not. But on the internet, you have a different standard set to you. You're expected to be a stone through which no blood can be drawn, and this is especially true if you're a large public figure. Now, that is why I think most people immediately respond to this by, negatively, like insulting Pokimane. Like, oh, Pokimane can't handle the heat. Oh, don't become a big public figure if you can't handle a little bit of criticism or whatever. And then you also have the right. Let's be honest, Pokimane has been sort of a target of the right online for a while now, because she is arguably, like, the most influential, largest female streamer there is. She's, like, the most well-known, very influential, and a lot of the talk about her is how her platform basically inspires a lot of young women to get into gaming, to get into content creation, etc. And there are a lot of right-wing gamer bros who despise this. They despise everything that Poki stands for, and they despise who she is, right? And like the fact she's a woman, the fact that she's a girl gamer, or whatever the fuck. Anyway, I don't really watch any Pokimane content. I think... does she play video games? Because last time I watched her, she was playing Fortnite with TSM Myth. That was back when, like, Pokimane was, like, a content creator that I would occasionally watch, because I was super into Fortnite, and I, like, watched the entire Fortnite circuit. Either way, a lot of right-wingers respond to this pretty angrily. There's a few people who quote tweeted this tweet with, I would say, pretty reasonable replies. Like, oh, what normal person... Here's a good one. What normal person wouldn't want this? And remember, she's a public figure, and thousands of people she's never met with opinions on her. It literally just makes sense. It absolutely does. But there are also people who are saying things like, this is snowflake behavior. People like this shouldn't have a platform. I literally clock into a 12-hour shift, and she's complaining about people getting mad at her on Twitter. Her team hasn't blocked me. That's how you know I'm her crowned prince. Okay, that's a good comment. I like that one. Regardless, most of the response from it, especially from a particular set of content creators in the drama and commentary community, was pretty negative, to kind of dunk on her and call her like a pussy for not being able to handle criticism online. However, let me see if I can bring up the more recent thing that happened. Another similar scenario happened more recently. Just a couple days ago, Hogwarts Legacy released, and a content creator that I actually very much enjoy, Girlfriend Reviews. It's like a girl and her boyfriend, but she doesn't play games. Her boyfriend does. So she watches her boyfriend play the games, and then she reviews the games from the perspective of the girlfriend being forced to watch the boyfriend play video games. It is the best shit ever. It's great. That shit is great, okay? I like the content. I really do. Very base shit. However, and I don't agree with what we're about to see. I don't agree with the behavior that's displayed here, this engagement, like the conduct of the people harassing them. But basically, let's take a look at this tweet. YouTuber Girlfriend Reviews, which is a more progressive voice in gaming, is struggling to stream Hogwarts Legacy as their audience attacks them and accuses them of being TERFs, all because they're playing in the new Harry Potter game, Lamau. I believe there was also another post that went viral as well where they were crying.
You know, toxic and repeating yourself and just sitting here seething, being mad that we're doing our job, you know?
No, it's not. It's subs. I'm serious. It's a sub. If I see you, I hear you, I love it. Thank you for your long-time support. I will personally ban you if you don't give it a rest.
Yeah, we're taking your opinions into consideration. We might not even make a YouTube video on this if that's, whatever. But, you don't need to sit here and make us feel bad. Like,
For the record, the people that are doing this are the same people that... these are the woke scolds that I've been talking about. Like, that are going after Keffals, that are going after Shark and Vosh and Demon Mama and me. Yeah, it's these people. The people who go to streamers' chats to harass them for playing the game. Listen, my biggest problem with this entire discourse, in my opinion, is that on one side, you have these people who are being very insane with their criticism of those that are playing Hogwarts Legacy. And I think the left does not want anything to do with them. I mean, everybody in the chat here was pretty disgusted by that behavior just now. I mean, I saw it myself, so like, yeah. Most of us are not on board with that shit. It's pretty disgusting behavior. You should not be harassing streamers for playing a fucking video game, okay? But the other half of it are people that want to play the game and they're like conflicted on it and they're not transphobic, but they're like, this is the biggest game coming out this year so far and it's like massively hyped. I'm a content creator. It's my job to play these games. Like, J.K. Rowling may make some money off of it, but like, fuck, every time I buy some clothes, or coffee or fucking chocolate, I'm benefiting from probably child slavery. So it's like there's the whole no ethical consumption under capitalism thing. But then there's the fact that argument gets twisted into some really weird places. Like I think the no ethical consumption under capitalism argument applies well to this Harry Potter game, not so well to like consumption of CP, right? Like, I feel like some lefty out there would try to be like, well,
that means that there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, so CP is actually, just as ethical as any other product you would consume.
like, fuck off, get out of here. Well, no, that was the argument that Vosh was criticizing. Anyway, let's just fucking watch. Oh wait, no, this is the... Do you have the other clip where they're crying? Does anybody in chat have the other clip where they're crying? Because, like, it gets a little... It gets worse. Okay, here's another bit. Like, it's definitely pretty bad.
Flip up, and now it's like, whatever. I'm almost, like, thinking of just, like, either going offline or, like... I'm barely into the second combat here. And every time I look at chat, it's just the conversation is just like
maybe we can do like
bothering me.
I'll be right back, like a little break or something.
You can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and I'll just go fight and do the combat. Y'all done did it now. Flip up, and now it's like.
That's depressing, dude. These people really do not make the left look good. Now, the really frustrating thing is, as I said, you've got like multiple parties in all of this, right? You've got the loud minority of people who are on the left that are saying everybody who supports or who even like plays it, watches the game, play anything like that is a transphobe. Like that, you've got those people. You've got people like me that are like, I do think it's worth talking about. Like if you're going to do a Let's Play of Hogwarts Legacy, I feel like it would be based if you said, by the way, J.K. Rowling is cringe and I hate her, but I am still pretty hyped for this game, and I do still like Harry Potter, and that's just how it is, you know? Like, that alone is fine. Yeah, they attacked Hassan because he was going to do a charity for it, and, like, he got canceled so hard he decided not to, yeah. Like, these people will actually attack you even if you're trying to raise money for charity for it, which is what I'm going to do when I get my Hogwarts Legacy copy through interesting means. I'm going to probably be doing a charity stream for, like, a trans charity while streaming it. And that's gonna be what I do. I'm just gonna get a lot of fucking shit for it. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for it. It's gonna happen, but it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. It'll be very funny because transphobes will be mad that the thing that they're right now using to try to boost their transphobic rhetoric is being used to literally give money to fundraising for trans health. Then there's the people saying that even if you torrent it, you shouldn't play it because it's anti-Semitic. Yeah, that was the funniest thing. People saying that even if you torrent it, then you're wrong. Like, yeah, that's when you know you're dealing with people you shouldn't even be listening to. It is like, yeah. Guarantees and buys it on Steam? No, I would have bought it by now. Here. I can prove that if I want to play the game, if I was going to get the game, I would have bought it by now. So I guess I'll show you my Steam. Has to update Steam. Connecting Steam account. Yay. Okay, so I go to the store. Hogwarts Legacy. See? I haven't bought it. So yeah, if I want to play the game, but like if I was gonna buy it, I would have bought it, you know? It's not out until tomorrow, lol? Wait, what? Why are people... Is it just YouTubers playing it? Okay, well, regardless, I would have fucking ordered it. Anyway, that's basically the whole drama around the more recent narrative around the streamer thing, right? However, here's the thing. Isn't it interesting how different the reaction is between these two scenarios? The very same people, and trust me, I know, the very same people who are shitting on Pokimane for saying she has a team of people that just moderate her social media so she doesn't have to see people that are constantly just harassing her, are now saying like, oh, these poor streamers who just wanted to play this game and are being harassed by these horrible trans people that are going after them. It really seems like there's some bias going on here. Both cases, I think that like Pokimane was in the right, and I think that Girlfriend Reviews is in the right, and that the people harassing them are in the wrong. In both cases, this opinion is consistent in my view. Like, my opinion is consistent here, I think. However, it's interesting that so many of the same people who attack Pokimane for showing any level of, like, offense to harassment online are now like, oh, no, poor content creators, for somebody who's being harassed for playing the Wizard game made in a property made by a transphobe, and they're being attacked by trans people. It almost, and in the case of Pokimane, it's right-wingers attacking her, overwhelmingly. I think this is a perfect example of the internet's sort of bias right now. Even if you're not right-wing, even if you don't even really consume conservative content, the internet right now, as I predicted, years ago, we are in Gamergate 2. The current culture of the internet is such that every cultural and social issue that comes up into the like cultural zeitgeist is in the lean of the right. The right is currently leaning beneficially, or like has the beneficial lead on every like culture war issue right now. It's unfortunate, but it's true. And I think a large part of this comes from the fact that, do you guys remember in 2019 when the Christchurch shooting happened? And followed up by a bunch of other anti-Semitic neo-Nazi shootings where the people who did them wrote manifestos talking about how they were radicalized by online content creators, and they really just wrote about the people who explained to them the Great Replacement and why they needed to, why what they did had to be done in their view, right? They basically attributed by name content creators on the right on YouTube as being the inspiration for their shootings in many of these cases. And because of this, YouTube went into a fucking tailspin. YouTube was forced to actually start banning some of the most extreme accounts on their platform. They banned Nick Fuentes. They banned Stefan Molyneux. They banned Alex Jones. They banned they went down like the list and banned a shit ton of these conservative content creators. Except for some of the like bigger ones like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and whatnot, right? But most of these figures, besides I guess Ben, weren't quite where they are now. They weren't quite as big yet. Back when this happened, so they weren't as much in YouTube's attention, right? And they were a little bit more mask on, right? Here's the thing, though. Hold on. Eye itches. Here's the thing, though. Nick Fuentes was banned later. Alex Jones was banned earlier. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Regardless, it's in the same general time period. The left... not the left. YouTube was more so like getting pushed by the mainstream media into acting on some of the far-right misinformation and propaganda that was being perpetuated on their platform. And we saw them actually apply their rules fairly hard. And around that same time, we also saw the proliferation of BreadTube. But since then, particularly since Elon Musk bought Twitter, most of the large mainstream platforms are not actually applying their TOS. Large public figures are completely getting away with basically libs of TikTok called for a bomb threat on a Boston Children's Hospital and got away with it. Hold on, can we find that hold on, I recently retweeted a fantastic clip. Here's a good idea of like what's going on right now when it comes to internet moderation on these platforms. This is where the moderation is at.
Additionally, Ms. Navaroli, are you familiar with the account Libs of TikTok?
I have heard of it from the news, yes.
Mr. Roth, are you familiar with this account?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you aware that from August 11th to August 16th, that account posted false information about Boston Children's Hospital, claiming that they were providing hysterectomies to children?
Yes, I am aware of that and other claims from the account.
And are you aware that this lie was then circulated by other prominent far-right influencers?
Yes.
And are you aware that all these claims, which I have reiterated were false, culminated in a real-life harassment and ultimately a bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital?
They had to close down the hospital for like a day.
Yes, I am aware.
And this account is still on that platform today, isn't it?
And one of the biggest.
Yes, it is.
And one of the biggest accounts on the platform.
Despite inspiring a bomb threat due to the right-wing incitement of violence against trans Americans in this country, because they cannot let go of this obsession with fixating violence and inciting violence against trans and LGBT people, in addition to immigrants, in addition to women of color. This is a party that cannot pick on anyone their own size. And they are trying to co-opt an entire social media platform and use the power of this committee and of Congress in order to pursue a political agenda. I yield back.
Hot damn. So yeah, I want to be very clear. Right now, the right and the centrists that basically enable them have been arguing and have been celebrating the fact that right now, these platforms are a lot more free speechy. You know what I mean? You see, these people, when they want free speech, they want the right to say slurs or spread misinformation or just be kind of like racist or hateful towards like other groups. They want to be able to be whoever they like themselves, right? They don't want there to be any form of consequences for being a bad person online when it comes to anything from inciting violence to just being a racist piece of shit and using your platform to spread those ideas. And many of them will just straight up say, we don't care what bad outcomes can occur from this. We just want to be able to say these things. Even if those people are able to say whatever they want, we still want full freedom of speech. And that is what most Americans believe. And obviously, we're not talking about freedom of speech here. We're talking about private platforms moderating their, what happens on them. But none of these private platforms have ever had a left-wing agenda or a left-wing bent. That has never been the case. They've always, gone after the money. Having right-wingers on the platform makes them money, but once they start getting too loud, it starts losing them money. So they keep the right-wingers on the platform for as long as they can, and they cut ties as soon as it stops being financially viable. Right now, it is extremely financially viable to platform these conservatives. Obviously, Elon Musk isn't doing so well, but YouTube, they're doing fine. With Matt Walsh pushing for his genocide against trans people, and also he wants to kill drug dealers and petty criminals. He said that if America wanted to have nice things, they would start executing drug dealers, drug addicts, and mercilessly beating petty criminals, like people who graffiti and stuff like that, and giving them long jail sentences. Basically arguing we need a total authoritarian, fascist society in order to make America good, right? And that's the kind of shit that he's saying all the time, and YouTube's just kind of looking past it because he literally makes YouTube, I think he gets, probably 2 million views on his channel per day, I would guess. So yeah. These platforms are following the money. And overall, the point of what I'm saying here is that we are in another era of the internet having an inherent bias in favor of the right on every single issue. You need to recognize that as we move forward. Do not assume that people are going to automatically take the reasonable side of things, because right now, if the right doesn't like somebody on the internet, chances are most of the internet doesn't like that person. We're back in that era of Gamergate, where the internet was just more cool with far-right neo-Nazi types than people on the far left who are kind of annoying about wanting minorities to be able to exist, It's just, we're back. I predicted it 2 years ago. What can I say? The gift of prophecy, it does not elude me. Thank you for watching. What do you guys think of that segment, guys? I'm pretty proud of that one. I feel like it came out pretty good. Hell yeah, collecting mushrooms? Oh my god, I want to go mushroom hunting in Seattle. That sounds dope. There's so much stuff that I'm going to be able to do in the Pacific Northwest that I've never been able to do in my life. Before we get into Dead Space, do you want to watch a little, we should watch a travel video. Let's watch a travel video about, the area that I'm going to be living in, essentially, in the future. Because I want to do cool stuff. I'm going to be moving. I've never been to that part of the country. Not even stepped foot in that type of climate before. It's going to be a different climate that I've never been in before. I've lived in Florida, Southern California, desert, and now... It's COVID burp. I've lived in, the desert, and now I'm moving up to, a more icy tundra, but also sort of temperate, rainforest climate with the redwoods and, the big cedars and everything. It's going to be unlike anything I've ever seen in my life before, and I'm very excited. Hold on. My finger is itchy. Okay. Pacific. Actually, I should just do Seattle hiking trails. This is actually... I want to see, like, the... Oh, yeah, Seattle's top 10 day hikes. Let's go. Oh, wow. That is pretty.
Welcome to Seattle's top 10 day hikes.
Yo.
These hikes are ranked by
God
a combination
damn.
of factors of drive time, distance, challenge, and of course, the worth it factor.
That's worth it. Look at that. Oh my god. I know that cabin. I know that cabin. I saw that in a video. It looks like it's been like... Have they... Is it the same cabin? That might not be the same cabin. Unless they've, like, made it better. Are there multiple top of the mountain fucking cabins like that? Also, that's Mount Rainier right there. That's the cabin I was thinking of. Never mind. The Firewatch Tower.
Starting off with number 10 is Little Cy. Just a 34-minute drive outside of Seattle. This somewhat challenging day hike leads you to a really nice view looking over North Bend and Snoqualmie and over the Central Cascades.
Seattle's the city, yeah. But these are, like, around Seattle.
Number 9 on the list is Twin Falls. Here you'll find an amazing waterfall and river where you can hop down to the bottom and also go up to the top and enjoy
There's
several...
gotta be gold in that river. I bet if I had, like, a snorkel and mask and, like, a little steel scraper, I could scrape in those rocks and find some tiny flecks of gold. That's what I'm excited to do in Seattle, or up in the Pacific. When I get up there, I'm going to get my mask and snorkel, and I'm going to find a river. That is going to be my gold river, where I take a little scraper, and I scrape every last little bit of gold I can find, okay? I've got Ron Swanson-esque plans for burying large amounts of gold somewhere, where no one can find it.
Different viewpoints. The hike's only 500 feet elevation gain and 2.6 miles, and it's a little bit over a half hour from Seattle, making an easy day hike.
Do I still debate Shatters? I have COVID right now. I'd rather not.
Day hike. This hike is a little more challenging.
I will say I'm actively kind of fighting what yeah, I do think I might have a little bit of acid reflux right now. I might want to take one of these. You guys get to see me take one of my acid reflux things, because the COVID is fucking with me. Settles the stomach really fast. It works really well.
Because it has a 2,000 feet elevation gain, and it's 8 miles round trip. However,
I know how to gold pan. My grandma taught me.
Given that it has 2 waterfalls along the hike.
Oh no, this isn't chalky. It's like dissolving gum. This is like, it's chewable, and it's like a dissolving gum. It tastes a little bit like, tastes like a Jolly Rancher. But just kind of, it's a gum that does, it turns into gum, and you just chew it, and it dissolves in your mouth in like 30 seconds.
And a lake view at the end. It's an incredible hike, and a must-do for anyone trying to do a day hike here close to Seattle.
Oh my god, look at those glacial calving scrapes. Those scrapes are caused by big glaciers rubbing over rock. That's glacial calving.
Coming in at number 7 on the list is Franklin Falls. This is a hike you can do in the summer and winter time where you can enjoy the ice coming from the falls, or you can enjoy the nice scenery in the summertime. The hike is really short. It's only about 2 miles and with very little elevation gain. The hike's also a really short drive from Seattle, just being a little over 15 minutes. It's really easy.
God damn! This looks like Kratos and Atreus should be climbing this frozen waterfall. This is literally like the open, like, look at this shit. I think I would literally nut if I saw this in real life. Because, like, I've never seen anything like this in person before. Like, things this awesome that exist in the world only exist hypothetically in videos, because I've never seen them in person. Oh yeah, my grandma was cracked as hell. She was awesome. My grandma was like my grandma was my best friend. There's really no other way to put it than that. That's the best way to say it. My grandma was my best friend. We would like trespass together. We beekeep together. She taught me like all I know about gemstones and like prospecting and collecting, like arrowheads and shark's teeth and whale jawbones. And we found a giant fucking whale. We were at the beach in Florida and found a giant fucking whale fucking vertebra. And I had this giant whale vertebrae that I would have like I had sitting on my shelf for years, but it started to, like, after a couple of years, it started to look like it was growing mold. It was fossilized, and I was like, what the fuck? It started to look like it was growing mold, and I looked at it close, and it was salt crystals. After years, the fossil finally excreted all the salt inside of it, and it formed salt crystals all over the whale vertebrae, and I had to wash the salt crystals off of it to keep it nice and clean looking, but it looked like it was growing mold, but it was just this perfectly fossilized whale vertebra.
Off the main freeway.
A walrus test? Hell yeah, Hakon. Oh my god, you couldn't get me to do that. I'm so excited to live here, dude.
Just outside of the top 5.
Oh my lord.
Maple Pass Loop in the North Cascades National Park.
The hiking... Okay. I want to do hikes with my friends. I would love to do hikes with, like, Vosh and Demon Mama and, like, Doe. That would be awesome. And I would love to do hiking vlogs. There are so many beautiful places in this state, and I'm absolutely down to vlog it and have, like, that edited and made into content. I am so excited for the move. My chest was getting a little tight. I had to cough.
Only reason why this hike did not make it into the top 5 was because of the drive distance, being over 3 hours of a drive. It is a doable day hike, and it is one of the prettiest hikes.
Oh, advice for all my fellow COVID havers: when you cough, you want to cough deep. COVID affects, like, the area of your lungs, from my understanding, that COVID can cause to collapse and inflames and causes most of the issues with, are the bottom, deeper parts of your lungs. You have to cough deep to clear your lungs when you've got COVID. It may not feel good, it kind of hurts, and it's kind of gross, but you gotta cough deep to clear your lungs with COVID. It's not like it's not in your bronchial branch, it's not there. It's like a little lower, and if you don't clear it out and the inflammation gets really bad in your lower lungs, that's the part of your lungs that can collapse. And if you're lucky, you can reinflate that lung if it does collapse with a good cough. Sorry, just wanted to give some COVID advice for anybody here who might be suffering from it or might in the future suffer from it.
I've ever been on. This hike offers a loop where you don't have to repeat your distance, and for the second half of the loop, once you reach the top, the entire way down has views.
Oh,
again,
wow.
It's one of the most incredible hikes I've ever
Oh my
done.
god, I want to mountain bike it.
In the area.
Mountain bike. Oh my god, have you seen those Oh, I know. Okay, hold on. Seattle mountain bike trail, insane. Have you seen those videos where it's like that insane shit? This looks straight out of Twilight. Okay. This is what I'd like to do. Well, I don't actually want to, because I'd probably get really badly hurt, and I like being alive and healthy. But I like watching these videos, and it looks fun as fuck.
Rats.
You need really good suspension on these mountain bikes.
Oh my god, so sketchy. Oh.
Our PNW adventures have been.
Whoa! I don't. Let's get to the trail.
Like
by some beautiful
Oh, they're going
colors.
uphill.
And we're on a gravel road, so.
Get off the bike and walk it uphill. You're spending so many calories and so much energy trying to pushing a wheel uphill this way is much harder than just walking it. Okay.
Next time we're here, we have to bring the Hakas, but slowly making
I mean, they're
our way.
professionals,
You said the downhill
but-
trail we're going to is?
It's called Between Two Ferns.
Between Two Ferns is what we're riding. Link in description, and yeah.
I mean, it's a
Gonna try
workout.
and stay warm. So,
It's a workout.
it is really wet, and I got 2.6 recons. This should be interesting, to say the least. Oh man, I hear brakes. Oh no!
Oh. This literally is like that
so
scene
good so
in
far.
Return of the Jedi
Okay. Remember, Mo,
where they're using the
straight
speed
on
bikes
the
on
routes.
Endor.
All right, fern to fern. Oh, it's already pretty muddy. Wow.
In case you thought the speed biking on Endor was unrealistic in Star Wars, people actually do this.
Woo! So slippery.
And those speed bikes in Star Wars have no friction to have to, like, they can do very, like, sudden
Oh, that
turns
was
to the left or
awesome.
right.
Huh. Dude, that was sick. So what's your name, and does your beard have a separate name, or?
No, not yet, but right
Damn.
now my name's Zach, so
Right.
the beard just is just with it. So
That's a big
That is
old beard.
impressive. How long did it take you to grow it out?
I could probably
2
grow
days.
this out in like, I don't know, 8 months, 9 months.
Oh man, that is. It takes me 9 months to get a mustache. And your name was?
Roman, and I'm trying, but it's been taking me like 31 years to get
I need
here
to
so
shave.
far.
Oh man.
I need to use my my trimmer to get this down to stubble. I like it to be just stubble and to stick and to stay there permanently. That's where I'd like it to be. God, this looks cool. This is the part of the country I'm gonna be living in. It's so beautiful. I'm so excited, guys. I've never lived anywhere like this before. I've never visited anywhere like this before. I've never seen it in person. It's gonna be really cool. End of this month is the plan. So yeah, if you want to help to support the cause of raising money for the move, then yeah, definitely consider dropping a dono or dropping a like. Dropping a like is completely free and it helps out a lot as well. Thank you. All right, I am gonna go pee really fast, and then I am going to boot up Dead Space Remake, and we're gonna play a chapter of that. At least a chapter of it. We might get 2 chapters down. I honestly don't feel that sick right now. I feel honestly better than I did at the start of the stream, which is really good. I was worried that like if I went live, I would start to get really exhausted and short of breath. I might get nauseous. I was worried that like I was worried that I just wouldn't be able to go through with stream. I'm very glad that it's gone so well. So yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Oh, my vape, no. You stay. There's an air draft because I have a window open, so the door keeps getting slammed shut. Every time I like go to close it, it just kind of slams. Anyone not hightail pilled? Hold on. Type 1 in chat if you are not hightail pilled. We might have to squeeze in a short hightail pilling before we start Dead Space. Alright. Y'all know it has to happen. Okay. What you're about to see is my most anticipated game, probably of all time, but certainly of recent memory. Most certainly. Now, this game is being developed by Hypixel Studios, which you may know or find familiar because they are the people behind Hytale. Or not Hytale. Well, yeah, they are the people behind Hytale. They're the people behind the Hypixel Minecraft server, which is the biggest Minecraft server there is. Probably just the... Like, you know what Hypixel is if you know what Minecraft is. Now, Hypixel's whole thing was always, like, trying to create cool, interesting games in Minecraft. You know, like, Skyblock is, like, an MMO. They've got the, Bed Wars for like PvP. There's all sorts of interesting game modes that they've created and they've popularized and that they've basically become the gold standard for, right? Like Technoblade was famous for being like a big Hypixel player, right? Like you know, it's a big server, right? But a big problem that they always faced when it came to Minecraft was its limitations. They loved the idea of being able to create whatever you want in a voxel environment, but Minecraft just, it's too unadvanced, it's too rudimentary, it's too poorly optimized. And so this team, which has now grown to over 100 people and is now funded by Riot Games and will be published by Riot Games. In fact, they have their mascot, the Quebec, now on the fucking Riot launcher alongside the Valorant and League of Legends characters. This game's gonna be very fucking big. It's in development still, and it's been delayed a couple times because the game studio, and I don't know if I am allowed to say, I think I can say this. Yeah, I think I can say this because I wouldn't have been told this if I couldn't. There is no crunch at Hypixel. I've spoken to one or two of the people that are working on the game. There is no crunch. They don't do crunch time. They don't do like the overworking employees or like trying to. They don't do that shit. The game comes out when it's ready, so it'll get delayed, or it got delayed. But they're not crunching to hit deadlines. So right now, the most likely release date for the game is late 2024, early 2025. There is likely to be a beta before then, though. There's actually guaranteed to be a beta before then because they still have the sign-up stuff up and they've continue to tell people sign up for the beta so you're ready for it. But yeah, that's basically the background you need to know about this. Also, the people who are making the game are politically based as fuck, like very pro-trans, pro-LGBT, pro-BLM, all that good stuff. A lot of them are leftists. So yeah, like anti-notch creators behind this game. Prepare yourself. Whew. I am so jealous of the people who are just about to find out what Hytale is for the first time. Yeah, live scripting. The smart coders in the chat, the modders in the chat know how big a deal that is. For those of you guys who care about this little detail, the game is going to launch with like essentially they're giving the like players basically the tools they use to make the game to create mods. Mods will be fully supported in such a way that they'll be ridiculously easy to make, ridiculously easy to install and play with on servers with friends and everything. There's not going to be any external site bullshit. It's all going to be in the game. You click like install the mods or click and join a server and install the mods for it. There's going to be server browsing lists, official servers that are like officially supported. It's going to go hard as fuck. It's going to go hard as fuck. And they released that trailer released on December 13th, 2018. I remember that day. Literally every Hytale fan knows that date by heart. December 13th, 2018. Every Hytale fan knows that fucking date by heart. It's like when Joel said the day the outbreak happened in The Last of Us, and he's like, he just remembers it by heart, because everybody does. Every Hytale fan remembers that date. It has been a long and grueling wait since then, but it has been filled with them teasing us shit tons, like absolute metric shit tons of video, pictures, like all sorts of shit about the game. They've released tons of blog posts to tell us about the development of the game and how their studio is growing and what their like design philosophy is and what their goals are to achieve for the game when it launches and everything. They've done a very good job, in my opinion, of communicating, and they're very supportive of the audience. Like their studio is just filled up with fan art, like just walls of fan art. Love seeing that. Show this one? Yeah, I wanted to show the new trailer. Oh yeah, here's a little bit of just raw gameplay of like this is them showing off what the ambient sound design is like. So this is like a random swamp in zone 1 and a person's house, but here's what the sound design is like in the game. Listen to that fire crackle. The rain hitting the window panes. So, calling this Minecraft or Minecraft 2 is less accurate than calling it 3D Terraria. I would unironically say that 3D Terraria is a better description of this game than like Minecraft 2 or like or whatever, right? Like it's more like Terraria in what it actually is. The only Minecrafty thing about it is that it's 3D and blocky, you know? And Minecraft doesn't own the 3D blocky aesthetic. They pioneered it, but they certainly didn't perfect it. Riot's whole thing with the games that they publish is to perfect already existing concepts. League already existed. Like, the concept of League already existed in Dota, but then they made League and they perfected the MOBA concept, and that's why it dominates the world. They did the same with Valorant. That's why Valorant dominated CSGO and is now the #1 like shooter in that genre. Now they're making like an MMO that's one of the most anticipated MMOs of all time. They're like Runeterra MMO. It's going to exist in the League universe. They made a fucking TV show, Arcane, about League of Legends lore that was a fucking masterpiece. Riot, the shit Riot makes is great. Their cinematics are great. Like, Riot does not put out bad shit. They just don't put out bad shit from what they publish. And this isn't even being made by Riot. It's being published by Riot. It's a almost indie team that is being funded by Riot and having Riot's name put on them. So this means Riot is giving them creative freedom and is confident in what they're making and is willing to invest a lot of fucking money into it. So they're confident in what they're making, and they're being hands-off. And they're investing a lot into it. All signs point to this game being like a fucking earth-shattering, massive fucking success when it drops. It's gonna be awesome. There was a new trailer though that they dropped more recently when Arcane came out. Yeah, here it is. So when Arcane came out about a year ago, Riot did a sort of thing to introduce Riot fans that were at like watching the Arcane X event. They did a little thing to introduce like Riot fans to Hytale in the studio. So yeah, let's take a look at this.
Writers come up with amazing ideas, sometimes crazy ideas. I wish we can do them all, but you know, we can't focus on everything. And then sometimes we realize we're not necessarily the best studio to make these games. And that's kind of how I felt when I met Noxie and the team at Hypixel. They came up with a demo of Hytale, and I right away saw that we had something special. It was both familiar but also different. Different because it's a different game. It's a different genre than what we're used to. But familiar in the way they talk about the community, the way they're willing to challenge conventions, their dedication to one game, and their commitment to make it better and better for years to come. That sounded very familiar to us, very Riot. And that...
Like, Hytale's gonna be Hypixel's game. That's like their game, their like flagship, long-term support. Like it's gonna be their game. Their first game as a studio, and it's gonna be their flagship like into the future.
That's why we decided to partner with them and eventually have them join our family. I want you to know all about this, but I'm not the best person for this. So let me invite my friend Noxie to tell you about this journey.
This is the studio. God, it's so cozy. Look how cozy it is.
So the story of Hypixel is a story of a collective of Minecraft modders who shared a dream of going pro and having their own game someday. Hypixel was very much driven in its ambition by the challenges that we faced as modders. So when we made the game, we knew that we were making the game for modders like ourselves. Since the announcement of the game and all the attention that we received afterwards, we started the process of making some pretty big changes on our path in order to ensure that we're going to meet our commitment to the players and realize their dream of what the game can be. It's pretty remarkable when you announce a trailer for the first time and, you know, before the game is even out, you're getting fan art, you're getting tattoos, you're getting cosplays and props, subreddits are developing, and the community is just showing you so much love. It's a lot of pressure as well. So we knew that we started to need some help, and then entering into a partnership with Riot just eventually logically made sense. League came from Dota, which was on Warcraft 3. And so Hytale has come from Hypixel, the server, which was on Minecraft. And so that story is pretty unusual in the industry. And so we felt like there was a lot of lessons that we could maybe learn and advice that we could get for that journey. And so we met them way before the trailer was announced. And even back then, before, you know, we had proven that the audience was interested, Riot was interested, they supported us with advice and investment when we first established Hypixel Studios, and later when we became part of Riot Games in 2020. So that's enough of the context. Here to tell you more about the game itself is Sean McCafferty, our COO.
COO. Oh, that looks so fucking pretty. The game has volumetric lighting. So, one of their big goals with this game is optimization. So you'll be able to play this game essentially in the built-in settings, from what we can tell. Essentially max settings will have what look like Minecraft shaders on, while when you lower the settings, you'll be able to turn off the more volumetric like RTX lighting setting to bring it down to a more like less like hard on your computer. Like here, let me find like an image. So you can see here you've got the volumetric lighting on and it looks really good. Here you have the volumetric lighting off and it still looks really good. You can still see there's actual shadows and everything, but it's a little bit less harsh and taxing on your PC as where were we? As that shot that we got there. As this one, right? Like, this would be, like, maxed out settings.
In Hytale, you create an avatar and set out to leave your mark on an immersive fantasy world. As an avatar, you have the power to reshape yourself and the world. We want to make expressing your creativity feel like magic and to take everything we love about the block game genre and combine it with our favourite parts of classic fantasy RPGs.
Oh, this will be fully cross-platform, by the way. You'll be able to play, like, when I have my Hytale server, you guys that are on phones will be able to play on my server. And the mods will all be cross-compatible. And, yeah, it's going to go hard. It's going to go really hard. That was a large part of why they delayed it to from 2023. The original release date was going to be in this year, but they delayed it so that they could release full cross-platform support.
Go on adventures in a world called Orbis. Here you have the freedom to craft, build, explore, and take on challenges with your friends. Our goal is to build a world that feels immersive and inviting no matter what you choose to do. Beyond Orbis, you'll have the opportunity to compete and express yourself through minigames and other forms of social play. No matter what you and your friends are up to, we want to make sure that you'll be able to come together, hang out, share experiences, and establish your own identity.
Here's some PvP. The way the combat works is that when you land blows, you have normal attacks, like, you know, in most video games, you've got normal attacks, but then when you land blows, you start to build up a special attack meter. And I believe that you've got like 3 different special attacks, depending on what weapon you're using, because there are classes in this game, but they're gear-based, and you progress. I think there's going to be some sort of like system outside of that as well. They're a little tight-lipped about some things because they don't want to spoil it. But like, yeah, every single weapons combination you would have is like a different class, so to say, right? So you have a staff or a wand or a book, and these are different magic classes essentially. And then of course you've got different melee classes with swords, axes, shields, maces, warhammers, battle axes, daggers, spears. We've seen some other crazy shit too. Crossbows, bows and arrows. I think there's slings. I think we've seen slings as well. Yeah, crazy shit.
Underpinning all of this is a set of tools that are intended to help creators undertake the same sort of journey that we have. These range from advanced block building tools to an in-game modding interface that lets you reconfigure gameplay itself. We intend to empower you to create everything.
Yeah, if you don't like how the game looks, you'll be able to change it very easily.
From new creatures to whole new game modes. Our goal with these tools is to both empower the existing modding community and clear the way for a generation of new creators. We want to...
You said modding, not modern. I know the subtitles are wrong there.
Pave the way from creative play, expressing yourself with all the freedom the blogs provide, all the way to Creative Pro, making mods and sharing them with the community.
Hytale is a very ambitious game, but with Riot's support and some of the resources that we've been able to unlock, we now feel like we're moving in the correct direction to meet that ambition. We've been able to expand our team. We're hiring, you know...
They've got over they started in 2018 when they announced the game. There were like 12 to 20 employees, I think. Now there are over 100 people working on the game. Like... They've expanded the size of the team by like 30 times. It's like 30 or 50 times bigger at this point. It's not that much, but it's pretty big. They've expanded massively for expanding the scope of the game since Riot acquired them in 2020.
Developers that I used to grow up playing their games. We've been able to set up our own office instead of being 100% remote. We now get supported by the office. We're hugely grateful for the support of our community and especially a lot of the fan artists. So we've decorated the walls of the office with that fan art. But most of all, they
went from 30 to 120, I believe. Hell yeah, they're at 120 now.
Confident now that the direction that we're being unlocked to move in is the direction that the community deserves Hytale to be. A game like this isn't something that you can sit down and write on a piece of paper and say, oh, we think this is a really great strategic opportunity as a studio. A game like this is a game that has to evolve a genre and move a community as a whole. And so we want to bring our Hypixel community into Hytale. We want to invite the wider games community, the Riot community, a lot
Watch
of
this
different
character.
groups
Watch this
to
character.
come and experience this game with us.
Yes, there's a story and lore and quests and all that, yeah.
To come and experience this game with us.
Yeah, you saw that.
We made this game because we felt like this is what we wanted to make in our heart. And that's what Riot, I think, recognized, and that's why we partnered, is, you know, coming from the heart is how you make games that will move players.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So yeah, make sure you guys, if you're hyped for Hytale, you better be here when Hytale launches, because the Hytale launch stream I plan to do, it's going to be good. Had a little bit of chest tightness going on. You still have the chest tightness? It kicks in every once in a while. It's on and off. I've been consistently getting better and better, though. Like, each day, I wake up, and I feel better than I did the night before, and then I go to sleep feeling better than I did the morning before. Or that morning. So, I mean, it's just overall, like, the improvement is pretty drastic, fast, and I approve of it. I feel like I might wake up pretty much with no symptoms, but I wouldn't be surprised if I still have my cough tomorrow. But yeah. Ugh. Alright. Oh, guys, do you want to see my dope-ass shirt? It says, I miss Obama already. And there's a picture of Obama. That is a Giga Chad shirt. Gift from your mom? Yeah, she did get me this, yeah, for Christmas. I think it's pretty funny. Okay. Let me boot up Deed Space. Alrighty, okay. First, we're gonna read some donos. Viper, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Says, just donating to help for the move. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, feel free to donate, guys, if you want to help out with my move. It's at the end of the month. Moving to the Pacific Northwest, up to Washington State. It's gonna be awesome. I gotta crack my back. Ooh. 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 Okay, there we go. It also helps with the chest tightness. It's just that, like, my... Ugh. There we go. Okay. That Indian dude, thank you for the $5 says, also, here's my conspiracy theory. Guys like Jimmy Dore and Russell Brand, I feel, get paid behind the scenes to drive a wedge in the left. That would make sense, yeah. That is a good conspiracy. Jay Spoon, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Says, looks like Twitter took down DK's tweet. Yep, looks like they did. That Indian dude with another $10, thank you, said, this might sound harsh, but the Keffals and Bad Bunny saga is like in versus Predator tagline, no matter who wins, you lose. God, so many people fucking despise Keffals. I guarantee your reasons for despising her are not going to be, like, very not terminally online, right? Anyway, Swanstar, thank you for the €10 pounds, said, do you think that there's a chance Chud's editor has something on Chud that he's using to hold him hostage. After all, he is affiliated with doxing sites. I mean, naturally, yeah, I imagine that, like, if Chud Logic... Yeah, I mean, DK is definitely the kind of guy that if Chud Logic fired him, he would just drop every bit of dirt he has on Chud Logic instantly and try to destroy him. So yeah, it could definitely be, like, a little bit of worry that, you know, like, I can't fire this crazy groper I hired to be my editor, because if I do, then he'll try to destroy me. You know, like, that could be the situation he's in, but, you know, he I guess he sowed those fields, now he's gotta harvest. Gotta reap what you sow. Thank you for the 10 euro pounds, though, Swan Star. Alright. It is time for some dad spice. Shit, a bunch of stuff's crashing. Come on, you can do it, computer. Don't crash. There we go. I knew you had the power in you. Alright. Alright. I gotta crack my back really fast, the proper way. Alright. Okay. 1 second, chat. I'm a little... When I crack my back, with COVID, it kind of, like, squeezes a lot of the air out of my lungs. It can take a minute to get, like, my breath back, you know? Alright. I feel so much better now, though. My back was all tensed up, and, like, my chest was tightening, and so was my back, and so I just need to pop some of my back vertebra to make it stop messing with me. I've always had back problems, so I imagine the back problems are exacerbating the muscle aches from COVID. Yeah. Larry Banks, thank you for the $5. Said, do you think that maybe trans folks who may be overboard at the Potter game is that it's from Bills going against him and them lashing out? I mean, maybe, but most of them are just attacking somebody, like... These are people who are turning their own, like, personal misfortune into, like, vitriol, hatred, and violence towards others, right? So I don't have very much sympathy for these people. Okay, here, let me just do this. Okay. Oh, I think the game's crashed. Oh no, the game's crashed. Alright, 1 second. I had to close it and restart it. Some bullshit with my computer is making it run really slow right now. I don't know why. It just, like, my browser nearly crashed for a second right when I was about to start the game, and then the game crashed on load up, so let's hope the second reload or load up doesn't fuck it up. I did tab out, which usually will fuck up a game and crash it for my computer, so I probably shouldn't have done that during loading screen. I'm so excited to build my new gaming PC some point in the future. Have an RTX 4090, just a baller CPU, 64 gigs of RAM, DDR5. I do not have a 2 PC setup, but I plan to. That is the goal for sure. There we go. This is the crash that I had the problem with. All right. So now we can switch back and hey, all right. So if I remember correctly, the last thing we did, here, I'm actually gonna have to move the mic a little bit because I can't move my mouse much. Okay, there we go. All right. If I remember correctly, the last thing we were doing is we got sent to this hangar bay to try and, like, figure out what was going on with the ship. Then it exploded, and now it's 0G, I think?
This damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Entering zero gravity.
Oh, there we go. I hear necromorphs.
You'll need your thrusters to reach it. But that lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
Oh, Z is to take off. I forgot the controls. It's been a little bit since I played a video game, chat. Nice. Chapter 2 intensive care completed. Chapter 3 begins. I like that. They actually sent us back a little bit on our saves so we wouldn't forget what was going on. I feel like this has got to have a lot of loot in it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of loot in here for sure. A little bit of ammo. We got to be on the lookout for those crates. Oh, this is cool. Disorienting. The 0G sections in this game are so good. Somehow being in 0G is scarier than like gravity affecting you and the necromorphs, because they can literally fly at you from anywhere. Like, they can literally come from anywhere. Any direction, any rotation or orientation. There's gotta be some more loot in here. Oh, I see you. Yoink. Oh, I just healed. God damn it. I guess I needed to heal anyway, but I try not to hit the heals too often because I don't really die in Dead Space. Okay, is there anything up here? Is that a barrel? Or a barrel box? No. I'm so glad they bought the original 0G from the second game into the original. That's what I told you about. It goes so fucking hard. They've changed. The only things they've changed are the things that were bad. You know what I mean? Like, not that they were bad, I guess, but like everything they changed, they replaced with something better. I feel is the best way to say. Zero deaths? I don't know if I've died yet. I don't think I have. Maybe I've died once. Not entirely sure, though. Oh, I feel like there's got to be some loot down here I could miss. Yeah, this is... Oh, this goes so hard. There's so much to explore and loot. Oh, I have to land to interact with these. But, there we go. Magnet boots! Oh, I love the loots floating in 0G when I open the locker. That's cool. Okay. Gotta thoroughly search this room. Remember, guys, no spoilers in chat for people who don't know the story and don't want to be spoiled. We got another crate. And they are really stacking loot on us in this room. I wonder if there's like a boss fight ahead or something. Oh no, it's our crewmate. She got blown the fuck up. I'm sorry. Alright. Let's just check along this little trench here, and if there's no loot, then I think we fully looted this room. Alright. Make sure to get the officer's rig in 0G. I already did that. You mean the captain's rig? Wait, oh, is there like stuff up here maybe that I'm missing? Because this is a pretty tall room. Don't want to miss anything here. God, the atmosphere is phenomenal. Oh, we need to find one of those things. Oh, I missed one. Ooh, I missed this area. I did miss something. Hello, I needed you. Oh, another heal. Perfect. Alright, I'm probably gonna get jumped the second I insert this in here. Okay. Alright, what's the first option here? Cargo rail tracks, loading shutter. Let's turn on the loading shutter. Oh, it opened up this room. Oh, and there's another thing up there. Hold on. Give me a second, chat. There's so much to explore. I'm a little loot goblin. Activate gravity. Oh, that's cool. That's really neat. Ah, you thought you could hide. You thought you could hide the loot from me, but you were wrong. I am the loot miser. I'm Mr. Loot Miser. I'm high on loot. Oh, I can't update oh, I can't. COVID brain fog's hitting me, chat. I can't open that until I'm a higher security clearance level. We'll have to return here, it seems. No stone left unturned, my friends. Yoink, 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 yoink. Yoink, yoink, yoink. God damn, so much loot! Give me the loot! Is there any, like, is this an elevator or something? God damn, this place was loaded. I am so glad this game rewards exploration this much. Okay, really quick, I want to check on the other side of this hangar, because I feel like there's an equivalent room to that second one on the other side that I missed. Oh, is that loot? Hey, a little... Oh, I see that. That was a golden chip. That's valuable as hell. That was a really good collectible. Okay. Yup, I knew it. I knew there was an equivalent room. Oh, I'm such a loot goblin. Oh, I'm such a degenerate loot goblin. I love it. Just loading me up with cash. My thirst for the loot is insatiable. Alright. Let's head over to that power circuit again and activate the other thing. I'm coming to turn you on. What is this? Come on. What? Epic. Whoa. Switch tracks, sure. Ah, okay, I see what this is. We got a puzzle we gotta do here. Ah. Can I... Could I maybe? Is it that? I forget this sequence in the original game. I can't remember if this is new or not. I feel like it might be new. Oh yeah, this is what I have to push. Oh, I think I need to get it in there, maybe. This is new? What is my objective? Reach the engineering deck. Shortcut engineering outside the hangar bay. Once the doors are open, I can lead you there. Interesting. Okay. So this has something to do with these track controls, clearly. Oh, maybe this one needs to be turned. Wait, loot? I feel like there could be loot hidden up here. Nah. Okay, maybe now? Come on. Press X. Oh. Thank you, Balth. I forgot that they have the original thing in this game because I just always use the map. Oh, we have to leave the hangar. Outside the hangar. Oh. Oh. Wait, real? I can just...
Entering value.
Yo. Yo. Why does this game go so fucking hard? Yo. I could use some oxygen, that's good. What is this? Volker's rig. Sorry, Volker, you got fucked. Wow! 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 You scared me, little buddy. Hey! 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 There we go. Who's hitting me? Hey! Hey! Wait, no, you want to hit there you go. Nice, okay. I forgot, you want to hit their actual baby arms and their baby legs, not their little tendrils they use, because those are stronger. Dunk TV, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. That's very kind of you. Okay. Is there something else I'm looking for here? There's so much to explore and loot. We got to explore this area later when I've got more time on my oxygen. Oh, lifesaver. Whoa, little baby. The baby. The baby. Whoa, the babies are attacking me. Come on. You are nothing. You are nothing. This is somehow scarier when... There we go. Okay, this is somehow scarier in 0G. Alright, how do I hit them again? I forget how I would hit them. Damn it. What's the swing button? I forget what the swing button is. Oh god, the frame drops. Oh jeez. What are my frames right now? The game's kind of wiling out frame-wise. Hopefully this settles down. Isaac, hold on, buddy. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay, Isaac. Don't worry. There's oxygen near here, I'm sure. Yeah. Game oxygen, maybe? Ooh!
Exiting zero gravity.
Oh no! We're so close! I literally exited the vacuum as I died. Wait, am I okay? No? That's my first death, I think. Last second, first death. That was the most bullshit death that's ever deathed, and it was my first death of the game. I like how you literally heard exiting vacuum as my character died. You clipped through the floor. Yeah, I got stuck for a second. It doesn't count. Someone in chat said it doesn't count. Yeah, that was the most bullshit death that's ever happened. You passed an oxygen thing? Ah, that sucks. There was one that I hit, but I wasn't able to actually use. Oh, wow. Did we just lose all our progress? Yeesh. Yeah, my chest has been hurting pretty bad this whole time. I don't know if I can do... Like, I was... Like, we were making progress, and we're getting to the end of the... Like, we're getting into the chapter, and I was like, okay, my lungs are feeling a little painful, but, like, I think I can still make it to the end of the chapter if we make good time. But we just lost all our progress, so, yeah, I went ahead and closed the game. We'll have to try Dead Space again another night. That really sucks that happened. At least now I know that whole zero oxygen area is a thing now. But yeah, so I had to go ahead and cancel Dead Space because I might have to end stream a lot sooner than that chapter is gonna end because my chest is hurting. So yeah. Yeah, I suffocated in the game and I have COVID in real life. That's funny. Oh shit, you know what we could watch while we wrap things up? I'm gonna grab a quick snack really fast. And we're gonna watch Keffals talk about Bad Empanada. Because Bad Empanada has an insane obsession with me, but I'm not fully aware of the nature of his obsession with Keffals. Go to bed, you're a rock star? I won't be sleeping anytime soon. I have a hard time sleeping with COVID. It's one of those... I don't know if it's a symptom or just me, but I've been having a hard time sleeping. But yeah, let me just go get a snack. Well, there are no snacks to eat. There are no snacks to eat. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay. Yeah, there are no snacks, but my mom is ordering food, so there should be some steak here soon. We ordered some steak fajitas from a really good, really affordable Mexican restaurant that's not too far away, and so yeah, we're gonna get some of that, and so I should be able to eat a nice dinner soon. There's just no snacks to eat right now.
Oh yeah, my entire...
Oh wait, you guys can't see it. All right, there we go. All right, let's watch this for as long as my body can handle, because I am feeling a little bit less golden right now with the COVID symptoms, but yeah.
Entire comment section is flooded with people saying like, I can't believe you would just say you don't care. It's just, it's so, yeah, I don't care. I don't give a like this is completely meaningless internet drama. It's just pivoting thing to thing because he wants more content, right?
You may have remembered in my incredible dispute with the amazing and very intelligent streamer Keffals that I said she would need to avoid actually watching my responses and showing them to her viewers because, you know, they're so just rife with evidence that makes her look...
For those that don't know, Bad Empanada is so deranged and so insane. The dude would literally go into my chat and like scream for hours on end demanding that I debate him on why I think Biden is the perfect leftist. Like, and I'd just be like, I don't believe the thing you're demanding I debate and defend. Like, you're demanding that I debate you and defend a position I don't have, and you're insisting I have this position, and you're like losing your mind every time I say, actually, that's not what I believe. You're strawmanning me. Like, it's really bizarre. He's also a doxer as well. He's been harassing and stalking and trying to dox Merrick and SDL for a long time, and he's like just a massive weirdo. He's made like I think 50 alt accounts on Twitter from getting banned for death threats and other violent threats. He likes to send a lot of violent threats on Twitter to other people, so he's been banned about 50 times. He's on like his 80th account, but his YouTube audience isn't aware of the fact that this dude just sends death threats and like doxes and harasses and stalks people every day. They think he's just their tanky YouTuber. They don't know that he's a fucking psychopath.
Terrible that she would have no avenue of response, and she nonetheless went and did exactly that, and it went exactly as I said it would. Literally exactly as I said it would. And she uploaded it to her channel afterwards. Like, the lack of self-awareness that one would need to have for that to be possible is absolutely absurd. You're not going to believe that she uploaded this to her channel. The title is like, Bad Empanada's Hilarious Meltdown Response. Creepy, tanky. Like, it's all completely just non-descriptive and very general, because if she described what happened in the video, well, you'll see. You can...
Well, these people don't know how to do SEO on YouTube. You don't want to get too specific with your title. It has to be vague, but gives you kind of an idea of what it's about, so that it makes the audience curious and they click and watch the video.
Form your own descriptions. I can just show you.
I love how half these people's criticisms of like the YouTubers they don't like is, you do basic YouTube etiquette to make it so your channel does well. It's like, okay.
Let me get the Bad Empanada video up. Okay.
Big mistake. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, Bad Empanada jump scare. Okay, let's see.
So Keffals just...
It's just kind of crazy. Like it's the self-seriousness. The self-seriousness of like, oh, these fucking drama streamers, but it's like, dude.
No, Bad Empanada unironically thinks that he's like a anime protagonist fighting against like the power or something. He might be existing in psychosis, unironically. Like in an unironic psychotic state. Is this like a super interesting response?
Prompter. When I do those videos, it's literally off the top of my head. I've never written a script for a video ever. Everything is just off the top of my head. It's like, I'm sorry. Criticizing, and he's criticized me for that on stream before, but that's the point of the live stream format. Like, people, if I would...
Yeah, Ben Empanada is literally just so deranged that he hates the concept of doing live streamed stuff. Because you can make mistakes when going off the cuff, I guess. Yeah, fucking wild. Oh, speaking of pissing off tankies, who here is familiar with a YouTube channel called CivDiv? It's short for Civilian Division, I think. Basically, it's a channel run by a guy who is a volunteer soldier, and he's got a bunch of friends that are volunteer soldiers, and he records GoPro footage, and his friends send him their GoPro footage of fighting in wars. Most notably, volunteering to fight with Ukraine against Russia to defend, you know, the land from Russian invasion. So recently, he put out a video that was a GoPro video of a team of volunteer fighters wiping out a Russian Spetsnaz team that had fortified itself in a building. And I don't know how much of this I can show. I'm going to show a part that isn't like, it's not going to have any TOS, I guess. But what you're about to see is a video of... I'm just going to let you see it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the audio so you guys don't get spoiled. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Okay. I got it. So these right here are the volunteer fighters. I imagine some of them are Ukrainian fighters as well, but like there's a lot of fighters that have come in like either shipped from other countries or voluntarily like have signed up for it. So pretty cool stuff. But these guys, basically there's a Russian Spetsnaz team in this building. I'll let the video do the rest, okay?
Are we good for the nades? Yeah.
This is on YouTube. This is fine to show.
Which one?
It's on YouTube.
Which window?
Movement over there.
Oh, wait, this is the wrong clip. God damn it. This is the wrong part of the video. On chat. Hold on. Okay. Here it is. I found it. Okay. So this is the part that I was talking about. Okay. This has probably been my favorite clip of anything to come out of this. Like if anything to make me actually smile from all of this horrible shit that's happening, it's this clip. Okay?
Watch out!
They're trying to break the cinder blocks in the window. And so this guy just threw a frag grenade into the window because they were shooting at the cinder blocks the Spetsnaz team put up into the window. They blasted away the cinder blocks to put a hole in it, and then that guy just threw a frag grenade in there. Now listen.
Fuck yeah! Fuck you, bitches! Shoot in there. Go in!
Wait for it.
Yeah, what? I'm good again. Those fucking retards. Keep your eye.
There it is. That was the clip. There is, you cannot say that some volunteer fighter fragging a team of Russian Spetsnaz as they're invading a sovereign nation and then saying fucking retards after blowing them up doesn't put a smile on your face. R-word discourse all over again. That soldier's gonna get canceled on Twitter. Yeah. Wingo, I blocked you on Twitter last night. You're lucky you're not banned from the chat. Alright. But yeah, I like that clip. So definitely recommend that channel if you want to see some Russians getting their asses kicked. Yeah, Wingo, I got a dope-ass add-on that allows me to block everybody who liked or retweeted a tweet. And so, you guys who have been liking tweets, shitting on me, and making unfair criticisms, because I know there are a few of you in the audience that are a little sussy-wussy. You guys will get caught in blocks on Twitter if you end up liking some deranged hate posts about me. So if you end up getting blocked, and that's why, don't ask me to get unblocked. It's fine. It's made my Twitter timeline so much less like miserable though. Holy shit! Like I was getting these weird non sequitur comments on my posts on Twitter. Like whenever I would post a COVID update, for example, I would get some random person who followed me, like commenting some horrible shit about how they hope I die, or just some insult, or even like something completely unrelated. Like I'll post something like, "The new Last of Us was really good." And then somebody else will reply, like someone will reply, "You're such a piece of shit. You're a grifting piece of shit. You're a fucking triggered liberal." Like, and it's like, what? Like, why do you follow me? Why do you comment this like unrelated non sequitur on just some post about the new Last of Us? What? And there's like a bunch of these weird anti-fan accounts that follow me, and so I managed to get rid of them, and it stopped since I got that chain block thing. It's super handy. I don't care about like arguing with dumb fucks on Twitter. Like there's just no way on earth I'm going to argue with people on Twitter. I use Twitter to quote tweet a random dumbass and like jab at them, send my audience to like dunk on them for a bit, and then like block them and then move on with my day so I can go back to enjoying Twitter. That's my way of going about things on that site. It's the only way to go about things on that site. All right. Oh shit, chat. The new Last of Us comes out tomorrow night. They're releasing it early because the Super Bowl's on Sunday. They're releasing the new Last of Us tomorrow night. 2 days early. I'm so excited. All right, guys, listen. I feel a little bit more under the weather than I did when I started stream. So I'm going to wrap up so that I can just kind of relax and chill for a little bit. Dinner's coming soon, and I really want to eat. And yeah, hopefully I'll wake up tomorrow, and I will feel a lot better. I want to stream again tomorrow as well because, like, holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my god, man. The amount of fucking days I've had to take off from streaming has been miserable. I hate having to take so many days off of stream. I really, really do. So yeah, I'm probably going to stream tomorrow. I'll probably stream the day after that if I can. Like, I really want to take advantage of being healthy again because I've really missed streaming in the time that I've been gone. Anyway, all that said, I really appreciate you guys watching me today. You've all been amazing, beautiful, lovely, supportive, kind, awesome, poggers even. And yeah, with all that said, thank you so much for watching me today. I love you all very much, and have a good one. Bye. Doo-doo fart.